in the game, like he would have the highest impact.
He's also very good at playing the initiating roles, like clockwork. Like some of the position 5 players, you see them, they're really good at farming, you know, like snaking, he likes to farm. But some players, they are always constantly looking for an angle to initiate, and Whitemon's one of them, you know, and not every single position 5 player plays like that.
Yeah, I think he's someone that's been present quite a lot. He's found his way on numerous tier 1 teams as well. I know that he was a big shining light, I would want to say, for supports in SEA, and then he had that brief moment over in NA. Now he's found his way in Europe. He's kind of like slowly climbed up this ladder for himself, and you're right, he's found himself on a team that has gone under the radar. The play style that he has is a little bit under the radar, but I do think he is a key contributor there. I'm interested to see what exactly he's going to be bringing out for this TI, because I think support meta might be changing up a lot more since the last LAN that we had.
Yeah, and I think they're bringing Soxa onto the team as well, and I think the last tournament he played in was TI qualifiers, the team Bald, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And he's been playing pubs, and we're seeing a lot of sniper. He's playing sniper in pubs right now. He's playing Naga. These are some of these.
Do you know what rank he is, by the way, on the leaderboard?
Jenkins knows.
He does. He does.
I think he's 7?
9.
He's 9. Okay.
9? That's pretty good.
Odd number. Yeah. No.
Look, not being in competitive. On a competitive team for a year, he's still grinding it and ranked number 9.
Sometimes that helps you, if I recall.
Yeah.
Not being on a team?
Yeah, because I feel like when you play competitive, you're playing most of your games in scrims, and you're playing as a competitive Dota player, and certain things you're expecting to happen a certain way. And then when you get into pubs, at least in my opinion, I get frustrated if I'm on a competitive team and I go pub, because everyone's just doing random things. Or I feel like I don't have the time to learn the pub meta and just spam the games, because I feel like that's a big part of it.
You know what, Clinton, about that? I had a theory before when my players, they were doing really well in pubs.
Yeah.
I see them playing badly in our scrims.
Yeah, exactly.
And they are playing, if they're playing well in the scrims, they are losing MMR.
So we've had it wrong the whole time. The lower rank you are in your pubs, the better your team will
Get
perform.
Herald players for your TI roster.
There's a very fine line.
Of course.
Like, yeah, you have to be
balancing act.
I feel like the really good players, they can do both, right? But I feel like if you want to really boost your MMR, you kind of just step away from the competitive scene for a little bit, and you can help do that. But you still have to be a really good player to be top 9 in Europe matchmaking.
I mean, it's a tough cycle, right? You kind of need to play Dota in a different way to win your pubs, but then when you join a team and you get noticed, you join a team, then you have to switch and you have to play in a different way. But if you do that in pubs, then you lose your MMR.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at like Yatoro, for example, he's like ranked 50 maybe or something and ranked, but you compare him as the best carry.
Yeah,
it doesn't
he really turns it on.
I want to narrow in a little bit more. I know that we started talking about pubs, metas, all this sort of stuff, but our Tundra Talon game, draft will be coming up on our screens very soon. Before we do jump into it, Sugsa, is it the make or break? Will they finally get over that threshold and get further than 3rd, 4th on LAN, or do you think that it's going to
tata main-main guys
to gel together?
It's really difficult to say, you know. I feel like his playstyle is also maybe not exactly the same.
Guys,
and they're gonna
kalian ada ngebet nggak?
Kalian
ada ngebet nggak? Gue pengen ngebet Tundra nih, cuman kayak apa ya? Karena Saksa jadi kayak masih nahan gitu.
Yeah,
gue pengen lihat dulu gaming kayak gimana.
This group stage is very short. It's only 2 days, so we've got 3 streams. I mentioned
Let's
it before,
go.
but maybe you're just tuning in. It's 3 streams,
Tundra
5 best of 2s on each stream
Kok
for
Apex
today.
anjing namanya
Tomorrow
babi,
it's going to be 3 best of 2s on each stream, and then any potential tiebreakers that will be occurring afterwards. So 2 days of groups. It's very quick to get those seedings within those groups. And right now we're going to see exactly what people are prioritizing for our bands. Is it in sports? Is it in core roles? What exactly is it going to be? The Naga, the Sand King, no surprises at all, I feel.
I mean, I think for a lot of people it might be, because it is TI. It is like a TI season, right? And a lot of players come back during TI season, and they say Naga. Like, why would you ban Naga in the first phase, right? That's a carry hero. No, not anymore. Naga can be flexed as a carry, but it's now primarily like a support right now with a new facet, Deluge. You just get in there, apply a status resist on top of them, and it caps your max move speed. So it's very, very annoying. And the fact that you have Reelin as a basic ability on top of your net now makes this hero a very good support. And then I think Winter, you really enjoy this hero.
I enjoy playing into this hero. This hero is so obnoxious right now. Like, you build Gleipnir, so the perfect carry. I mean, your ulti got nerfed in this patch, the Wrath of Nature, but it's still.
Ini sama-sama Indoprat nih gimana jing?
TP around the map in the early game, and I like the fact that they changed that the Sprout, it does instant damage, so it's a lot stronger in the lane. And basically, no one can trade in the lane against the Ironwood Treant.
Where exactly can you play Nature's Prophet though? Because that's, I think...
You can kind of play him on off lane or carry, or even mid, but I think his strongest role is on the carry role. Because you need him to actually snowball from the lane. And because you're on the shorter side of the lane, you can abuse with your Treant and you push the off lane or the support out lane. Nothing can actually touch the Treant. And you win your lane, and after that you have ulti, you kill the other side lane, and you kill the middle lane, and everything just snowballs from there.
I have seen one playstyle that seems to work pretty well against the Natures as a core or a support, and that's having an offlaner or like whoever's laning against it build double bracer, and then the support just leaving. And you say like, okay, you want to play this hero that's going to dominate the lane? He doesn't kill you. He just CS's and dominates, right? So the way a lot of people are playing around it is essentially just like sacking the hero that you put against it in a way, and then getting solo XP. And it seems to work fine. I'm a little iffy on Nature's Prophet as a hero, just because now that the ult got nerfed in terms of the base damage that it does, the bounces don't kill creep waves instantly like they used to at the same level that they used to. So you're going to be getting a lot of creep waves low on the map, but not necessarily killing them yourself, which is a lot less gold, and you're still denying those creeps from your team. They're not going to be pushing into you because they're going to like instantly.
Yeah, but I would still say like in the early mid game, it just makes it a lot easier for you to play as a unit, as 5 as your team, you know, because you have someone that can always connect. So it's easy to play. I would say it's easy to play the early game. So in high level Dota, I think that matters a lot. You know?
It does. I'm just saying, if I had to hedge my bets on like what heroes are going to fall out of the meta, I would say that the stock in Nature's Prophet, I believe, will go down when we see like, let's say, third day of group stages, because I think now
there's no third day of group stage.
When we do see it, I think it's going to go down. I've seen some counters to it.
So tomorrow, you know, like yeah.
I mean, I definitely think.
I think tomorrow it'll be less valued.
I think support and potentially mid might get figured out, but I don't think there is a hard counter to the carry NP just because of how fast it can play.
Do you think the same as for the offlane NP? Like just side lane NP core in general?
No, just carry specifically.
Okay.
And I think that'll always have some value as long as you can build Viper. BKB is one of your toolkit, which you can, and on top of it, you can farm fairly fast. And I don't think as a carry you have to rely on your ulti to farm.
Talon mau
It's just kind
ngapain?
of like an additional tool that most carries don't have that can help team fight. Whereas if you put on another role, it won't be. It's an interesting interpretation from Talon. Dragonite, it's a hero that I personally like in the carry role, the fire facet, but I don't think that's what they're going to do here. I feel like this is an answer to NP, just on either it follows it mid or the off lane, because it has high armor, and on top of it, if NP ever leaves, and you do go for the Poison Dragon, you can just take his tower, right? And kind of just punish the fact that he is rotating on the map. I feel like that's Talon's like read on this particular game, and how they want to address the Nature's Prophet. They knew they were going to pick it. This is the response that they had. That's a very fast lineup that Tundra is running.
Yeah, Enchantress, Tusk, and it is such an old school thing. You run around the map, your 6 minutes, your supports go to mid, they take the rune, and you have an NP that can TP to mid. So there'll be 4 heroes there, and they want to kill the tower at 7 minutes with the first caliber.
Tundra kayaknya mau main cepet guys. Ini kayaknya main 5 nih.
If he's in a side lane position, Tusk is one of the nicest heroes to play against it. He just does not.
Gue nggak tahu sih facetnya terus sekarang apa ya?
Where has this like? I'm gonna say resurgence, even though this is the first.
Wah, berlebihan gak sih anjing Talon? Ada SD, setupnya kebanyakan jing buat Mirana. Maksud gue di K Mirana aja udah cukup gitu. Daripada lu tambah SD gitu. Kayak kebanyakan jing. Terus di sini kanan belum pakai hero yang kayak SD-nya berguna gitu. Hero kanan masih belum ada pasif-pasif yang bagus.
You need the snowball to connect on that hero before he procs the Lincolns or Lotus, but now instantly breaks. So that's a big deal in the mid-late game team fights.
For Aghanim Scepter kicking people back, you can instantly break the Lincoln.
Yeah, that
right.
too.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't know they changed that. One thing that anybody who comes back to Dota after a year potentially of not playing or watching, and they see the Mirana, you might think that it's a support. It could be, but a lot of people are going for the Solar Flare facet, which gives you your whole team feels like damage and probably.
Bro, what the fuck?
The Treant, you know.
Because you were saying Ponyo is melee position 5 player.
He loves playing melee here.
So he loves the Marcy. We've been seeing a lot of Mirana carry, although I do believe that what Mirana offers, she offers pretty nicely from the support positions as well, as long as you have heroes that benefit from the Solar Flare. But I love the overwhelming damage that this hero gives you, playing into the aura and like tank meta that people are
Yeah, but the thing with Mirana carry, I feel like she's weak in the first couple of levels. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Clinton. Like, I feel like he gets abused in the early few ways.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the Mirana carry right now. I think the support role is a lot better. But yeah, your early stage isn't incredibly good. With Marcy, it might be good enough, but it's not like really good setup. I think it's a pretty strong lane overall, but I think if you do have a carry Mirana, it makes your lineup look a little bit strange here. But I don't think they have a choice, right? I think it kind of has to be the carry Mirana in this situation. But against Morphling, it's definitely not good. That's a matchup where Morphling will take control of the mid-late game. You really have to snowball the game, but they do have a good lineup where they can group up. DK can really use
Mirana
attack
sakit,
speed
Jing.
as well.
Wah,
Mirana does
Fear
hit
belum
hard, but the only issue she
Fear
has
belum
right
main
now
aja, Jing,
is
Mirana
stun
ngehe.
once and she's just dead. Very, very squishy.
I mean, you have the SD to help you, I guess.
Permasalahannya Mirana menurut gua itu
DK. I mean, I love getting the new
lipnya, Jing.
you know, the problem with
Gimana ya lu as a carry nggak boleh gitu, posisi lu jelek anjing.
Just gonna cast my spell on him.
Yeah.
Sedangkan ngelip itu nambahin attack speed gitu. Jadi kayak mau nggak mau kita harus mencet anjing skillnya. Sedangkan kalau misalnya lo mencet itu posisi jelek kan. Jadi kayak mau nggak mau gitu.
In this tournament, just because not only does it allow you to like buff and save your team, it also counters the buffs and the saves that exist because of
Anjing ini kalau Talon menang ya.
It purchased Force
Fix
Crest,
anjing di draw
it
ngehe.
purchased Solar Crest.
Tapi menurut gua susah sih Talon
All of
menang
these
ini.
auras that people are building.
Kagak jelas Jing pi kiri ngehe sumpah mati dah.
I mean, the thing with SD,
Pi kanan tuh jelas gitu mau ngapain anjing. Pi kiri tuh kayak ya udah farming aja dulu kita, farming dulu sampai Mirananya kaya. Kanan anjing lu lihat mainnya agresif Jing. Ini main 5 Jing kanan.
Strike me as the nature's prophet type of guy.
Lu mau kayak gimana ngehe?
I mean, he does, but he
Thompson,
hasn't played it recently. He's
maksud
actually
gua
been playing a lot
NP
recently.
sama
What do you
Enchan
think their draft needs right now? Do they need like
udah
someone
pasti
to go in and
They
sering
need
gabung.
someone that can just
Ada Tuskar
support
lagi.
the supports.
Tuskar pertama open up ke
And Morphe's gonna
depan.
farm a lot. NP can always come in.
Enchan
NP and
dateng
Morph are
atau
gonna
NP
take a
yang
boost to
dateng,
farm on
mati,
the sides
Jing.
of the map. They need just a hero that can just run around with the Ench and the Tusk as a 3-man and just control like the runes, make side lane rotations, play really quickly here. They don't need like an alchemist or something very
Kanan
greedy that
serem
puts
sih
all
arahnya.
banned there. They want something Thompson to play very fast on. And NP could be it, but if it's Thompson going mid with NP, then we need something that plays fast in the off lane, which I don't think there's anything in the off lane here that really will lane well with the Tusk and also play fast. Maybe a Centaur potentially,
Centaur primal type of hero?
but Primal Tusk lane doesn't sound
I
like
mean, the lane is gonna be wonky regardless. I mean, if you want Tusk to be useful in the early game, you need like something like a range hero, like DP.
I mean, they could double down
I
and
was
just go
thinking
all the laning stage.
I was thinking of the DP as well, but I know
Visage?
SD
Yeah,
is really strong.
Visage maybe.
I like Visage. I like Visage.
Yeah, 'cause
I love how
Visage is
quickly
bagus.
Jenkins just turned his money. He's like, yep, no,
I
yeah,
think- I think that
yeah,
hero-
yeah.
I think that hero's.
I mean, to me, that's doubling down. Like, if you want a well-balanced lineup here, you pick, like, I mean, he likes Ricky, I'm fine with that. You pick your Ember Spirits, some type of Spirit type of hero, or Rotator, these Tinies, Primals, whatever it might be. That makes you have a well-balanced lineup. But if you just want to go all in on the speed, then yeah, you can pick a Visage, build the Auras, TP around with NP. You've got a really fast lineup, but if you don't do well in laning stage, or you lose a team fight here and there, the game could get a little rough later down.
I just feel like all the heroes we're mentioning as the, like these ranged heroes are just Nature's Prophet
There you go. There's,
replacements. So yeah, I like this. I like that they picked something.
they needed something that can just move around the map with the supports that has
Wah, ini
control.
kacau sih.
So,
They completely.
Ini kanan
lacked
bisa
team
5
fight.
Jing.
It's also good against
Jadi nggak jelas Jing mau ngapain ngehe.
Can block out a lot of the damage.
Jadi tuh nggak jelas gitu guys, mau ngapain dia?
Tusk is not the best.
Dia kan cuma mau farming aja Jing.
Yeah, and against DK, to be fair as well. Like
Wah,
they just
kiri
have to
sih
survive.
heavy
I think
banget,
one
heavy
thing to
farming
keep
Jing.
in mind is
Kanan
that, like,
ngehe, lu mau
mid
diacak-acak Jing itu.
This guy can salvage any lane. That he
Mirana nggak
wants
bisa
to.
lari.
Like, you might not do the greatest in laning stage, but this guy is going to be level 6 at, 5 minutes
I mean, that's
into
the
game.
point of like the DK, right? You put the DK in mid, so every time he does that, you're gonna hit his tower.
Yeah, that's their answer. And unfortunately, the only way you're going to be able to mitigate that
Kiri
is
ya.
to rotate the Ench mid every time NP goes out. So there's definitely answers, and they definitely need to strategize like what they want to do.
Kiri bergantung
here.
sama Deka sih.
Is it going to be?
Jujur
can't
aja,
just
kiri
leave the lane
bergantung sama
completely
Deka.
open for DK. That's not going to work. So I think Ench has to rotate to the mid lane every single time that the NP TP's out, and then they can play really fast while defending their towers. And it's going to be very important that Morph gets off to good laning.
Ini kalau
So,
menang,
we didn't talk about Morph at all, but this hero is
pasti gara-gara Deka Jing.
right now.
Talon kalau menang pasti gara-gara Deka.
We'll see what Talon pick first before we get into that. And I
Oh,
feel
Dekanya
like
mid ya?
maybe either a mid or an offlaner at this point.
Probably offlaner right now.
It
Are you
makes
happy with Makoto playing a Dragon Knight? I just know
No.
he likes the slippery, like the pucks.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do TK off against Morph either, do you?
No, that
Yeah.
sounds awful.
Now you're in a tough position.
You need to pick an offlaner here.
Okay.
Ideally, a Zoo hero are the ones that are best against Morph or Underlord.
Position. No,
Is
Ini
Underlord?
kalau Dekanya mid,
is not no.
terus menang.
Ricky, okay, this is a very strange.
This is a
Wow.
mid hero.
Anjing aneh banget.
Oh, they're using the mid tech against them. Okay, Thompson's been playing this one.
I mean, I feel like that draft looks so wonky right now.
It does.
I don't. If
I
I'm
like it.
Nature's Prophet, I see a Ricky picked against me mid. I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm just expecting free farm.
Yeah, you don't care. But then again, the Ricky doesn't care about the NP either.
Yeah, Ricky is good against morphing with the silence later.
Yes. But yeah, the way people are playing
Wah,
Morph
anjing
right
aneh
now is
banget.
pretty
Nggak
cool
tahu.
as well. He even most.
Gua bahkan nggak tahu kiri bisa menang nggak, anjing. Ini aneh banget Jing, what the fuck is this?
You get waveform, you get 1 point in your W, maybe 2 points in your shift, and then you just get stats now because you get double the stats just because of his innate ability. And he gets very tanky and can join the fights much earlier. I really like what Tundra has going on here. I think that Morphling is their security into the late game. Same with the NP, they can play super fast. They've got
Pokoknya kalau
fight
mid-nya
control
bisa
as well.
muter ya.
Talon,
Terus menurut
Talon
gua
isn't
carry
particularly
menang.
bad either, but this Ricky I feel like has to do so much work in this game where
Yeah.
this NP is just gonna be everywhere and he's gonna be hard for him to fall.
Yeah, I feel like he has so much to do, and just looking at
Wah,
the heroes that
nggak tahu sih.
Tundra have, he's gonna have to deal with the MP TPing, he's gonna have to deal with the Ench and the touch rotating to the side lanes, and their lanes itself are not particularly that strong, you know. So I feel
Masalahnya
like
di sini
Tundra
Ricky-nya
lineup
juga
is
butuh farming.
way easier to execute.
Here's a question.
Dekanya juga farming
What
gitu.
facet is WS gonna
Maksudnya
go
Deka
for?
butuh Dagger.
Because the Frost Dragon is good against Morphling. Right, you have the healing reduction.
Yeah.
The Red Dragon, we talked about him being the true
No,
carry.
no Red Dragon.
He can go Red Dragon off lane, just ask him to ruin pups, or he can go green, which is boring. It's just typical.
So
I'm gonna take towers.
The Frost Dragon will be pretty good, but I think the green one will give them momentum, which they need.
We know what he's picked, right? He's
He's fire. He went fire.
At the last
he went
minute,
Fire
he switched
Dragon.
to fire.
All right, he's playing carry.
At the very last minute, he did swap to fire. I was waiting right
I
for
don't
that. I was
actually
like,
know,
gonna
bro.
wait for
What
long
the
because
fuck
you can
is-
change it at any moment. But now you have an answer to your question, Jane, because you guys have given your thoughts exactly on where you think this is going to go. Not too in favor of Talon right now. We're liking what Tundra have together. But either way, let's get on into our very first game of this group stage with our casters, MLP and John.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Now we are going to game number one between Talon and Tundra Esports, and it is in the Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. We're here for TI, so how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. It's been a while, and it's good to be here on the biggest stage of the year for our game, of course. This is going to be a fun match. Talon up against Tundra. Talon, drafting-wise, are cooking up extremely hard. This is not something I've seen them play in other
Wah,
important
anjing,
tournaments, the
aneh
most
banget
recent
sih.
one being Snow Rui.
Oh.
This is entirely different. Smoke breaks.
Ini kayak tim gak punya
It
ide
certainly
Jing.
does. Ramsey's being chased down already, and Joker
Ngaco, Jing, ini.
with the disruption. But do they have the proper
Mati lagi nih,
setup?
men.
They do with the arrow from Akashi. Toss back on Ramses. He should be going down here, and this should be the official first blood of the road to the international for WS of all people.
Yeah, that's a very good pickup for our off-lane DK, having that strong start into the double bracer timing. And he did go for Fire Dragons, we heard our panel talk about. So he's going to be just sitting back and farming a little bit more to help with that laning phase is going to do wonders for him. And pretty big kill to find early on. Again, just getting that early activity out. The wards have not been spotted from Tundra though, so they should still have that forward vision for themselves as the lane goes on. But again, this is going to be fun. I mean, we've got the new tech coming out as well from Thompson, the mid
Stop.
NP that we've seen a lot of in other
Vampire, anjing.
tournaments. For me, most recently, I believe Execration's been doing this quite a fair bit in like Wallachia qualifiers as well. Lewis has been playing this a ton. Thompson, of course, probably been playing it on his pubs quite a fair bit as well. Should be a very, very interesting matchup against the Ricky. We heard the panel touch on that just a little bit. This matchup doesn't really care about each other too much. The Ricky can play aggressive. He does have a little bit more agi bonus attacking non-hero units, so he can also somewhat delete the Ironwood tree.
Susah Jing, mainnya cuma mati. Ricky kalau nyampe susah.
Doesn't give that much gold for how much it does in
Mau
lane.
ngapain
So
lu?
I'm keen to see how
Blink,
Machado
mati
handles
tuh.
this.
Nice.
As the levels go up, it shouldn't be too rough for the Ricky, although, again, early on, this is
Thompson
definitely
emang bego Jing,
way
anjingnya,
more
babi.
favorable for Thompson. Probably for the first 3 levels, or maybe even the first 4 levels, it's going to be pretty much in the NP's way.
Yeah, certainly this Ironwood trade makes it very, very hard to actually lane for Makoto, but we'll see how he does deal with it as the levels do go up. Of course, the side lanes, Jonathan, top lane, you've got Pure and Whitemon against WS and Jokam. What do you think about this? Because I believe Winter was saying he didn't really like the idea of a DK versus Morph matchup. Do you kind of agree with that sentiment? Do you like this laning stage from either side?
It's a very stable lane for WS. He's not going to be able to fully bully out Pure. Neither will Jokam by any means, and I think that's the one thing. Pure should still be able to have himself a relatively free time farming up, unless he overextends, but you probably aren't going to be looking to play too aggressive even with the Tusk on hand. You have drinking buddies for Whitemon as well here, so there is a way to kind of try to reposition your Morphling just a bit if there is some commitment later on. But it's going to boil down to a really strong farming lane. If Jokam can get the space to stack up without being contested by Whitemon, that's where WS can really start to shine later on.
Speaking of Whitemon, he's taking a fair bit of damage on his way out. In fact, it seems like WS might actually be able to secure. Do they have enough? They do. Jokam will get it with the Shadow Poison stacks, and it was only 2, but it was just enough. So another kill already going to the
jelas emang Whitemon ngentot kalau main anjing. Kayak ngelakuin hal yang nggak perlu mulu, Jing.
Again, this should still be a stable lane for Pure. That's a rather aggressive drinking buddy out from Whitemon. Great disruption to cut off. Maybe Pure looking to wait for him in. Otherwise, again, Pure still has a lot of sustain. First few levels for the Morphling definitely not great, but once you can sustain through, should stabilize relatively well.
2-0 ini. Sumpah mati, Jing, ini si Talon nggak punya idea anjing. Parah, bro. Wah, 2-0 ini. Gua sih yakin 2-0 ya Tundra ya. Parah ini Talon. Hero-nya juga gak jelas gitu. Lu mau ngapain, Jing? Kanan sih hero-nya beneran serem lu anjing kalau udah 5. Kiri ya cuman farming doang, Jing. Gak ada ide gitu. Dua-duanya sama-sama Indopret lagi guys. Gimana nih anjing? Tapi yang menurut gue yang paling parah itu Valve anjing. Valve bangsat tai. Ketemuin Indo 2 biji tuh gimana sih ceritanya ngehe. Playernya cuma ada di 2 tim doang anjing. Kayak nggak ngedukung Indo gitu guys.
For the side of Talon, I say that I suppose you've got plenty of ways of dealing with the creep of Saksa thanks to the arrow of Akashi. And speaking of Saksa, he's currently being chased down by Ponyo, who's making life very hard now for the.
Ini menit 6 ya. Saksa ke mid sama Tuskar. Menit 5 lah. Mati Jing itu Ricky, sumpah dia.
It's again really hard to look for burst play here as well for Akashi.
Wah,
very sustainable lane. Just Enchantress even without the overprotective wisps, just the level 1 Nature's Attendants. You don't really have the burst damage to get into the gun.
Jadi menang network.
Is farming up quite fine, but Ramses isn't being shoved away from this lane either. So you are getting that scaling that you'd want in terms of EXP. Try to hit maybe a level 5 or just right into a stable 6. Get some room out, stabilize this lane, get stocks of perhaps start to look at mid if possible. If he does get a good creep for himself, his camps are open. So we'll see if that's something that lines up to kind of try to snowball out from Thompson. I feel like that's something the panel was touching on. It feels like both of our mids have to kind of make some plays. Maybe less pressure on Tundra with Ramsey.
Thompson cupu Jing, landingnya cupu buat ngentot Thompson tuh. Culun nih landingnya goblok, kok bisa kalah sih sama Ricky ngehe.
That's where things can kind of go wonky. Like you've got Moran that needs to farm, you've got a DK that's definitely going to need to farm, and a Ricky that needs tempo.
Nggak digajah, Mikoto.
Order here for Talon can just ruin this game for them.
Tripnya.
Oh, Makoto as well, while we're speaking about him. Johnny's having a pretty decent time in that mid lane matchup, not too
nanti Jing itu
quite yet. In fact, he's ahead of CS just barely.
Mesti dipakai seketiganya terus-terusan, bro.
Ultra annoying. It seems like Makoto has been able to just kind of abuse the blink strike.
Kalau lu nggak pakai ya.
Here in the mid lane and really hasn't slowed down too much in terms of farmers. Top lane now, Pure. And
harus sakit-sakitnya bang, sakit tuh.
WS going to try and just tank through it, gets the Dragon Breath off, and will actually be able to back his way out as now Jokam's trying to move in. On a Pure they'll go. Whitemon taking a fair bit of damage with these Shadow Poison stacks. Now 5 completed on Whitemon. And that'll be enough. Jokam able to secure him.
Mati Jing. Kena 5 kali ngehe.
They're just working this top lane so well. Again, the Tusk wants to be able to play forward, wants to be that frontliner to enable some aggressive plays with Morphling, but in these prolonged fights, it takes so long to commit onto WS with a double bracer. This guy's sitting at 1.2k HP with a wand on top at level 4. You're not going to look for a physical kill on that DK anytime soon, and that's pretty much all.
Kayak Thompson golin gol 3.
With the drinking buddies, you don't really have the nuking damage yet from Pure.
Mungkin kayaknya di sini beneran maunya main cepet, Jing.
WS is going to be perfectly fine. Get some regen in
Ini
the
sumpah
lane.
strong banget.
And even though the kills are going onto Chocamp, this is still important for the
Nah, terus kalian mati mulu ya, jadi mereka nggak datang kayaknya.
Fast Aether Lens, maybe even an Ags Rush can make all the difference in this kind of game. So you really don't mind that too much.
Thankfully for Akashi, that spear did not land from Ramses, just no tree right behind the Marana. It will be okay, no stun lock there, but it does seem like Tundra are slowly starting to take over this bottom lane. I say that though, Akashi's still having the time of his life when it comes to the CS department, so it really does feel like all the lanes are actually quite even right now between both these sides.
And it is. I think the one big concern for Ramses is that you can't really stop from Marana farming. Sure, you're not threatened by Marcy whatsoever. There's no aggressive place for Ponyo to try to set up for that can line into a feasible kill, but you just can't put your body in front of Marana and stop her from farming. She has the arrow for the siege creep, she has the arrow for the enchantress creep. It's just not an easy time to try to maximize this lane from Tundra. They are blocking off Ponyo from trying to snipe away the Wisdom Rune. You are still moving across from Mikado though.
Oh, it's cheeky. Mikado, he's going to try for it, but no, Sux has got it. Fast fingers here from the Ench. Meanwhile, bottom lane, of course, Jocam was able to secure his own Wisdom Rune, so no double Wisdom Rune here for Talon. Top lane, though, WS now being chased down, and Thompson does TP in. This should be enough damage here for WS, and they do get it. Very nice rotation from Thompson. First one of the game, but it certainly already pays off.
And that's what we need to see here from the NP. Connections and find a kill, relieve some of this pressure coming out on Pure, and finally get that payoff on killing.
Udah pasti kaya lah, ngentot lawannya lawan Ricky nih.
Level 6. You've got the EXP advantage for Pure. He's going to have his 6 faster. You're stalled out from WS and just sitting, camping a lane, getting some free siege for yourself. That does.
Kalau nggak kaya berarti Thompson parah banget, Jing.
Good spear.
Wah, dia sih sini Ricky ngapain, Jing?
Sux is actually just taking over the mid lane now, as Thompson obviously made that rotation earlier.
So
bit of XP for his Ench. Makoto, he hasn't really moved too much. The Riki is still just casually farming that mid lane. More than happily now looking for a shield rune as well, but it looks like it probably does get denied, and it does. For a guy that hasn't played Pro Dota for a year, Jonathan Sux still seems to be on top of the game.
And he is. Micro's still on point. Again, bot lane not really the most aggressive, but he was managed to get that spacing for Ramses to still soak up safely. A little bit of a chase on Whitemon.
See if they can find an easy pick-off. I say easy, Whitemon. Gonna be alright, just casually walks away, and Makoto doesn't really see the opening he was looking for. No real great lockdown to try and follow up with.
Ngentot.
And in the meantime, of course, Thompson just continuously just leaving the lane, just going into the jungle, just keeping that farm going, and it's kind of the scary thing against this problem.
Ngeremehin sih, susah nih. Indo tuh gitu, Jing. Kalau main sama teman kita sendiri kayak ngeremehin gitu, Jing.
Tundra, I think, more than happy with the way this game one's going so far.
Memang jelek tadi sifat kita tuh kontol.
For Pure and Thompson. Both of their lanes went relatively well. It was really only support suffering up top here inside of Tundra. You've got this.
Gue gitu Jing, mentang-mentang kenal kayak ngeremehin gitu.
Probably bleed meter here for Thompson. Get some control, get that jump in. You're getting your EXP.
Kayak lu nggak ada profesionalitas nih dari ini.
Whitemon's about to hit level 6 at this point. Soaking quite nicely on mid.
Oh,
we haven't really seen that much movement out from Mikado. And that's one thing to be a little bit concerned about as well for Ricky. He is working on the defusal. At that point, the rotation should be simpler up top though.
Trying to make a move in here. Ponyo and Akashi trying to go onto Whitemon. Whitemon with the snowball, going to be able to just go towards the right and does survive a little bit longer as now Pure's going to jump in, but a nice arena from Ramsey showing up to the last second. Still, they will lose Pure. Akashi, though, may go down as a follow-up, though. Here comes Makoto now, trying to help out. Thompson's the target. Akashi's still running. He's actually alright. He's out of there.
Dikalah, what the fuck, bro? Wah, GG. Wah, ngaco, Jing.
4-for-1 trade. That is a very nice deal if you are a Talon fan.
Yeah, great movement across the gate there from Akashi. And they finally get their own punishment going. They find
bakal menang, Jing. Kira sumpah lu mau lihat dari mana nggak bakal menang, Jing.
Not enough damage coming in there to really take care of things. With that aggressive jump forward, breaking the position.
Tapi di sini
paling
atasnya tuh teh. Ricky Mirana.
And you're seeing the effect of that solar flare even without items. The right click damage starts to hurt. You're pumping out a lot of DPS just with a solar flare alone. You don't need that much items to play around as long as
Segitiga aja sih. Wah, ngentot nih. Ngaco
and
jing.
already putting themselves in a good position.
Segitiga aja bro. What the fuck bro? Wah, kacau jing.
Again, they have had spectacular lanes outside of those deaths, but you are finding that tempo for Talon early on. They still have these massive stacks built up by Jokem as well because of all the action keeping them tied in up top. Whitemon's not being able to really scout around, although he is going through a
Kanan mainnya agresif banget bro.
They are trying. It seems like the movement's been read here by Talon though. They do retreat immediately, realizing there's just too many heroes missing off the map.
Gak ada yang peduli, ngentot mereka dapat. Dapat token, gak ada yang peduli jing. Gila ya, Saksa mainnya bagus banget ngentot. Di depan gitu jing. Gitu jing main enchant ngehe. Di depan gawang anjing mainnya. Buyback nih. Bisa buyback ngentot Marcy anjing. Mati. Rata jing. Rata kiri bro.
And in fact, they'll stick around for the bottom tier 1 tower. But that team fight, it looks like it goes in favor of the side of Tundra, especially considering we have the buyback from Ponyo. In fact, WS.
Diserang lah ngehe, lu farming semua jing masalahnya. Ngaco jing itu, permainannya ngentot. Ngaco jing. 2-0 jing ini.
Tundra able to secure even more as now Makoto shows back up down to this bottom lane. There is a sentry, but he's out of range for now.
Apa nih ngentot? Wah, apa tuh kontol? Wah, anjing ngaco jing.
He will blink away. Akashi helping out Makoto. He'll run out of range, so they will stun him up, but he's all right. Still Tundra. It's very clear they small blood in the water and they want more. They're pure. Looking to back off. Here comes Makoto. Jumps in with the silence. The arrow though not landing. The tag team from Whitemon. Oh my, the drinking buddies.
Wow.
He dragged him out of the range of the arrow.
He does, and a lot of things going wrong there for Talon. The buyback on Ponyo earlier on, just not amounting to much. Pure morphing into the Ricky, getting the smoke screen on top. Mikado jumps in, but Ponyo's TP back in after the buyback. Just a lot of forced movement out from Talon. They want to try to play, they feel like they're strong, and they were. But that Gambit just falls flat on its face with how they set themselves on Tundra. Again, they split that fight nicely. The arena and Shablock.
I'll tell you, that's good shit.
Talon early on, and then just
entah itu hoki atau apa ya, tapi that's good shit.
Down. He ships into the Ricky. You have to deal with smoke
screen. Itu nggak hoki sih.
And you've got like 2 big melee cores that want to jump in. At the very least with the DK without Dragon Form, and the Marcy even with her Unleash, not going to enjoy that either. And the BKB's a pipe dream right now for Ponyo.
In lane, Whitemon has been caught. That'll be Makoto securing a kill here on the Ricky. 3rd one of the game for himself.
Whitemon mati mulu ngehe. Kayak nggak bisa main jing. Man mati mulu ngentot. Sobat gue orang main mati mulu anjing.
I think that might be the thing that's really kind of intimidating Talon as well right now, is the fact that mid tier 1 and the bottom tier 1 tower just went down so quickly to the draft of Tundra. But that is one thing you really have to worry about when you are up against the
Amlet tiba-tiba Amlet jing. Kakak deger babi. Ini yang gue bilang nih, kalah anjing. Ini Ricky harus dual the word bro.
He's just doubling down with Midas, already has a Dragonlance. For Hurricane Pike,
gimana,
some distance, some way to jump out of smoke screen. Once you take care of that, you don't have too much to be scared of here on Pure, unless you get a good jump here from WS. He did have the blink queued up earlier, did opt for the armlet first to try to scale up. So again, trying to play more of a carry role from the off lane here, and just get some damage, get some quick farm going, clear out those camps. Tundra, for their part, starting to pump around.
Masa Ricky bangsat.
Has the stats, just front line, has a lot of spare agi to shift into, strength. So it's not the easiest to burst, especially since you can go for Frost Dragon whatsoever. Get a catch on Ponyo.
A nice easy pick off here for the boys. Ramses will go ahead and secure his 5th kill of the game now. That's one of the things, again, if you are just a lowly support, you are going to get caught very, very easily. Cheeky little scan out from Tundra as well. Does scan out Akashi on the Mirana. He's just continuously running south to the safer parts of that jungle. You do have Pure and Saksa around, though chances are they probably won't be able to lock down the Mirana. Still, Talon, they have slowed down the game quite a bit, haven't they, John? They're not really grouping up and fighting at all. Seems like they're more than happy to just secure a bit more farm on their end of things. Where it really is Tundra, the ones being quite aggressive on the map.
Yeah.
In fact, here we go again. Makoto, a beautiful speed, but no,
Bam.
it doesn't land.
Mata
Still the
ini
arena,
bentar.
and the Gleipnir will do the job.
Gue pede jing ini Tundra menang 2 game. Kita pasang bet dulu lah guys. Hehe.
It does save his life, but they
Itu
do
nggak
take
jelas,
him
Jing.
down. Waimon takes care of it.
Sumpah,
They'll lose
ngentot
Thompson,
itu game nggak jelas,
they'll lose
Jing.
Waimon on top. In fact, now
Kita pasang bet dulu guys,
they may
bet
have
dulu
gone
guys.
too far. Ramses will be the one to go down. Pure will move in,
Goblok
trying for
Jing.
Akashi's life, and Akashi, he does die, but now can Pure get out? Well, the answer is yes. In fact, he's jumping in. He wants more, but he'll have to leave the area. I believe that was a 3-for-3 trade. And it was, in favor of who it looks like Talon. In fact, Saksa goes down. WS will find another.
Yeah, gets the blink out, manages to burst down that inch. Was on very low HP anyhow. Inside of Talon, I mean, outside of that
menang
movement,
4
that
dolar
fight
dong nih.
that just happened, that was a response fight to Tundra, of course, playing aggressively, getting that jump forward. I think that...
Makoto?
Oh?
Oh, he's found Pure. He has found Pure. That's what you love to see. If you're a Ricky
Wow.
carry,
Wow,
or a
ngeliat
Ricky
lagi.
core rather. Pure just a second too late to react, sadly, and he does go down.
And you have to be worried about getting focused down, of course, by the Ricky. You still have to worry about smoke screen if you're not able to scout out the Ricky. They have planted a lot of wards. They're playing away from that bot area. Again, that fight worked out disastrously for Talon. So they're playing in an area they haven't touched in a while. They've got the sentry coverage for themselves. There's still a tier 1 to work through, but they've got space to get that done. And this time around, it was Tundra again in that last fight that got a little bit keen on just shoving in very deep onto that tier 2.
Nah, gua
trying to
Talon tuh
play,
nggak pede Jing sama dirinya sendiri.
getting the connections out
Kasian
from
gitu,
Ramses.
lumayan harus pede Jing.
Nail that initiation onto Mikhail
Kagak boleh
first,
kagak
but
pede
when he
gitu.
pops the smoke screen in the arena, like just that first spear connecting to a tree, you'd have a very different outcome there for Tundra, but because the smoke screen comes in, it stalls for time. It allows Jokam and everyone else to kind of TP in, get some disruption saves, and give WS this prolonged fight that the DK will enjoy, especially if he's not being focused out. And does even out the game, 16-11, still a 2k lead for Tundra. We're still getting that split farm out from Thompson, getting some good split push action going, of course.
Lane. Gleipnir doesn't actually clip onto Akashi. He'll be able to leap out of range. Now Akashi picking up his own Gleipnir, but it is all too late. The bottom tier 2 tower is now officially down. Pure able to secure that very easily. Again, Tundra, you know, as much as you like to look at the kill score and think maybe the side of Talon are doing pretty good, it seems like Tundra are in complete control of this game 1. At least with their map movements. Here we go though. Ramses getting jumped mid lane. They'll try to burst down the Mars, but the snowball. Waimon unable to save. So now Waimon needs to run. They've got some help incoming, but it's not coming fast enough. So Waimon should go down as now Saksa also being caught out by WS. It could be a third
Oh,
target
Jing,
here
what
for the
the
side of
fuck,
Talon.
bro? What's this?
Never
Wah,
mind
Kiri
what I
bisa
said,
menang,
John.
bro.
Map movements are one thing, but kills are another.
I mean,
Oh,
the map
ngaco, Jing.
is
Kalau Kiri
expected
menang,
in
ngaco,
Tundra,
Jing.
right? You've got an NP, you should be able to work this map. You don't have the highest mobility.
Wah,
here.
masa draw, guys.
Split push, you will find space for Thompson to take more aggressive farm, leaving conservative jungle out for Pure to find. You still have to be careful about the rest of your heroes. I do like that Tundra are clumping up this tree, like running the 2 supports with Ramses, trying to get these opportunities to get Thompson into play. But it doesn't feel like they're respecting this fully, although
Gleipnir spread out, but of course Ponyo is just going to be able to commit rebound and get away. Thompson sadly really didn't have the backup to lock him down. Now a 1k net worth lead, still the way of Tundra, but it is a much closer game it feels like. Though Pure still very, very confidently farming that bottom area of the map, and again it does feel like Tundra much more in control of this map for game 1 thus far. But at the very least Talon keeping parity when it comes to the net worth department. This bottom lane, Tundra, hoping someone gets baited into farming this bottom lane, but nobody's hanging around here from Talon. Akashi, maybe, or rather Makoto, maybe realizing they were around, does back his way into the mid lane. It seems like the rest of Talon, they'll just take the Torment. Why the hell not?
get very big shard in the process as well, allowing Ponyo to find some better angles in without having to rely too much on his allies. I do like the Talons just avoiding the spot lane. Again, this area's been in Tundra's control since the tier 1 tower fell. They're just dodging it. They've got their own vision set up towards the triangle up to top, and that is where they're putting all their attention. Mid is the battleground where Tundra has been trying to force things out because they're not finding anything down bot. Again, Talon, they have taken a little bit more of a conservative approach. If the fight's by a tower, that's when
Akarim dulu lah, Mikoto ngentot.
I think you just cut the losses there and go back. Still, Tundra having all of this room on the map, does have rush access. They do have the damage coming in with Pure and with the drinking buddies on top, and the Thompson coming in. Doesn't take too long for rush to go, but Talon are smoking up. Doesn't feel like they'll make it in time though, perhaps.
They might just barely. Already half HP of Roshan gone. Talon, they are getting there, but it almost looks like it's in slow motion. Roshan still going down. We'll see if Talon want to force a fight with Roshan going the way of Tundra. They're thinking about it. They've set up at the bottom lane. They'll take the high ground of the Twin Gates. They are waiting for a moment to pounce in. Though Saksa brings his creep through the Twin Gates now. Still, they do remain smoked up.
Yes.
In goes WS. He's going to start the fight, but he's just getting melted down. Already
Itu
most of his
terlalu
HP gone.
ambisius ya.
They'll save him disruption for now, but for how long? WS is gone. So is
Itu terlalu
Ponyo.
ambisius, Jing.
Joe Cam being left behind, probably set to fall. And Tundra, I mean, if Roshan wasn't enough, now they've got 3 kills to add on to them.
That's a massive kill.
Itu terlalu ambisius
Yes.
sih.
I get that his smoke breaks under the creep vision, so he does want to jump forward, but he doesn't preemptively BKB. He doesn't respect that tree line as much as he should have with how Tundra were grouped up and what the scans were revealing for them. Now Mikado all alone here.
Oh, being caught out. Thompson with a very nice teleport in, just cutting him right off.
Gila, itu ada ops di mana?
That's a big one. Makoto going down as well, just slowing down the pacing of the Ricky and the whole draft of Talon really. Just feels like it's being slowed down to a complete stop here by Tundra. It's Tundra now looking for that mid tier 2 tower, obviously going to have absolutely zero issues taking it out. They're going to try for high ground on top, knowing Makoto is down for 30. Why the hell not?
Itu nggak ada ide sama sekali, Jing, banyak giring
Look at how
ngentot.
much damage Thompson has, right, from that Spirit of Force. Had about plus 78, maybe almost plus 100 there, just from being around so many trees. It's kind of crazy how much Thompson can bring out when he just TPs in a very treed up area. Rack's not going to last long, still have that security of the Aegis, maybe catch more.
Well, there's your BKB from WS, this time around being popped right before the spear does land from Ramses, but it's all too late anyway. Like, Tundra got exactly what they came for. They've got the mid-racks. They can go back to the farm game, go back to controlling the map. If you're Talon, like, I think your only play really is to start smoking up and trying to find some pickoffs and regain map control here, but with the 7k deficit, it does start to feel very challenging.
And it does. You've got 2 Hurricane Pikes now as well on the side of Tundra, so Mikado can't get that control for the team with a smoke screen, as they have been finding success with that movement from the Ricky. You're going to have to rely more on probably just Dragon Tail and Rebound, if you can find that angle for Ponyo. Easier said than done. Onto the tier 2 up top. Tundra starting to set up. Talon hugging bot lane, trying to farm together. Our options are growing slim inside of Tundra. Again, just finding that great punishment in the Roche fight. That's where it all fell apart. I think before that it was relatively even. You know, Tundra still had momentum going their way, but it was still somewhat playable for Talon before that point. Just that mistake from WS to blink forward.
Gue nggak tahu ini cara
They can't
menangnya
get
gimana
caught
sih.
here, John. There's not really any buybacks apart from Joe Cam. WS, he's going to jump in. They'll try to boost down the Mars. They've got him. Ramses is going to start.
Mati,
But
Jing,
he
Bobnya, what the
has
fuck?
Aegis of Pure. Is this the team fight they needed? They're going to give it a crack. The snowball is out onto Ponyo, buying a bit more time, but Pure is gone.
Wah,
So
GG,
is
bro, what the
Thompson.
fuck?
So
Wah,
is Talon.
ngaco,
And
Jing.
Thompson's on top. It's a full team wipe. Well, what the hell happened?
The damage output's just ridiculous. They had Solar Flare this time around. WS didn't have the BKB. It looked
What?
awkward as heck for him to jump in. But they connect all their spells. They get the isolation. We don't see the arena come out from Ramses, and that was pretty much a sequence of pickoffs, like you were talking about, right? You were saying in a big team fight, it's not working out for Talon. They
Masih,
split up
masih,
these
dia
heroes
kan,
very
Ji?
close to each other,
Wah,
but managed to get the
parah
chain
nih.
stun and burst one by one.
Oh, Marcy
Like, look at that
juga tuh,
isolation.
ya.
Pures all the way to the left.
Saat
Everyone
itu
else is on
Marcy
the right side.
damage-nya
They burst
kayak
out Ramses before that. And it's just insane
banget, Jing.
how coordinated Talon was to get that working. They find a lot. It brings him back in the game.
Wow.
That really was
Sering
quite
banget,
coordinated.
bro.
You can see
Bro.
Makoto and Akashi especially, just always the same target they aim for. There's just ridiculous amounts of damage here between the Mirana and Ricky if you are able to isolate a target in the middle of a fight. And well, they certainly did that very well that time around. Now bringing the game back to a less than 1k advantage, the way of Tundra Esports, and dragging the win probability right back their way. Still not in favor of Talon, but I mean, it's certainly a much closer game. And now Pure,
ada shot
this could be a huge pickoff if they can get him, and they do. Oh boy, I mean, they just
Kacau Jing itu Jing, wah ngentot bisa farming di situ Jing, wah kacau Jing.
The patience was what made it. Because now it seems
Dia udah nggak bisa
like the
muncul,
side
bro.
of Talon, they want more.
Wah,
They
mati
still
semua
want the
ini.
water. They'll see Saxa and Whitemont. WS doesn't have the vision. So Saxa will be able to get onto the high ground and get the hell away from that Dragon Knight. But Talon, it's showing Jonathan, they are not going to be steamrolled here today.
They're not. They've got to answer back for this push. You still got Thompson shoving in. You've got even Ramsey solutions keeping that mid wave fully inside their base. Talon doesn't have that much room to play around. I will say one thing. Pure with this build, you know, I like the Midas. I like this rush for the Hurricane fight.
Anjing ini kalau kiri menang ya, ngentot itu aneh banget Jing.
Option to jump out of smoke screen. Not having a Lincoln's or
Wah,
BKB is
kontol.
hurting him here though. Like it does feel like the Manta alone is not going to be enough. There is a lot of first jump potential here for Talon to connect outside of just the smoke screen. If they land a rebound, if they land disruption into arrow, things can go very quickly for this Morphling at full agi. You have to watch yourself.
Thompson's TP'd in. He's trying to force the fight, but he does get the force stuff onto the low ground as now Ramsey's trying to force a fight onto the Shadow Demon. Whitemon will jump in. Jocam getting low, and he's finally gone as they will also fight Ponyo. And now Akashi, that's the target.
Mati, what the? What?
Makoto from the backside. He picks up Pure. Makoto, he'll keep going here with WS. They'll try with a 3v2 situation. Jocam, he's brought back, but they've already lost Makoto. This is not the fight to buy back in now. WS, though, still finding Thompson. Still managing to find another kill as Jocam. He will die back once again on the Shadow Demon.
Itu bisa
And that
tiba-tiba
is
ada orang
definitely a
anjing.
team fight win for the side of Tundra, but not as one-sided as I would have anticipated.
No, I mean, they get the proper initiation from Thunder this time around, isolating those really pesky supports, taking away the save option of Jocam, with that disruption, taking away the re-engage potential with Marcier. And that just kind of makes it very difficult for Talon. They were not quite in position to take that fight either. Good forward wards here from the side of Tundra to set up in that area to keep that engage going. And we'll keep Talon back. Again, despite all these good fights for Talon beforehand, before that fight on mid, it is still Tundra's game in control. Like, Net Ridley was nullified to less than 1k for Tundra, now it's back to 5k. You've still got this mid wave constantly shoving in. Talon doesn't have, again, that map mobility that Thompson has to kind of try to gank globally to punish some split up or to just split push, keep that laning pressure on. So your map's just shrunk down still really hard here for Talon. Tundra going out for another smoke play. They do have the full sight of Vice on Ramses. They've got some quick hold here if they manage to get the big jump in.
A smoke on smoke situation.
Mana ngentot.
Tundra looking to try and get into that Radiant jungle. Side of Talon, they will actually rotate into the dire triangle right now. There's Makoto and Jocam going to spot out the side of Tundra, but Jocam will be the one left behind, of course, so he'll happily die for Makoto to be able to get away. But here comes the rest of Talon finding Thompson. Oh, Thompson's gone. It's a big trade here for Talon thus far. WS wanting maybe a little bit more, though. He does get forced up away for now. Is now the arena. Ramses, he'll find Ponyo. That'll be the secondary support down. WS in the meantime, he'll be able to Kashi on the line. And he leaps the wrong way on top. Oh no! The tips immediately from Tundra. And that was all for that last leap, I believe, Jonathan.
Oh yeah.
Leaps the wrong way.
Leaps the wrong way. Maybe was trying to, I don't know, set an arrow backwards before leaping forward. Gets the inputs cramped in a little bit too fast. Great punishment out from Tundra. Again, great scan to kind of cover that smoke. Getting to jump once more onto the saving support. It feels like if Jocam's gone, these team fights are very hard to pull off for Talon. Without that disruption save, without that stall time to maybe look for openings with your BKBs, gets really wonky for Talon fast.
Dragon.
It feels like this is a
Wah,
composition
gua nggak tahu
of
sih.
Talon that
Kiri bisa
needs
menang,
that
Jing.
coordination
Ini
and
kira
multiple
Draganin loh.
heroes in play.
Wah, ngentot ini
All
sih.
Tundra needs to do
OP,
is
Jing.
find like one big pick off on either
Perasaan
of
gue
the
damage-nya nih.
supports. It
Mirana,
just
terus
gets
Ricky
really
skill
hard to play
30.
for Talon. 7k lead for Tundra holding up. They've got almost a full.
It's gotta be scary.
Pure, so it's gonna be a little
It's like
bit more
skill,
gruesome down
like
the
scary
marketplace
shit.
At that point, got the full
First
campaign
level
coming
20,
out with
anjing.
Thompson as well.
Tidak
Just
langsung
to
ngentot.
hasten the push and a little bit more DPS never hurts here. You have all the damage already, of course, from the Spirit Force. You might as well get just a little bit more attack speed to utilize it. And that's certainly going to help the case here for Thompson, for sure.
Dia butuh apa
Side of
20?
town, and they're getting more damage out in WS. He's going for the full Daedalus. They really need to be able to play around Jokam. Like, Jokam has to find that perfect spot to play in. He does have at least the Glimmer Cape to try to save himself, but they're carrying Dust, because obviously you're playing against a Ricky. No Blinky yet.
Iya, dia kayaknya
on
bisa
our
kaya, Jing.
Shadow Demon as well. No Aether Lens for further reach, so it's a hard game.
Ini kalau
Again,
kalau
for Talon,
Talon menang,
a lot
Jing,
of
udah
this
pasti
is
satu
just
sama
on
guys.
Jokam, and for Tundra, they're keeping every lane in check. They have a few more seconds till Roshan. They're already setting up down bot to get that done, although the forward vision does spot everyone walking down here. So Talon should understand that Roche is going to be the next target as well, if they want to play into that once more.
It is now available. There's a smoke out from Talon. 5-man smoke directly towards the Roshan pit. Tundra, they're not going to bother smoking. They'll just run right into the pit and get started. But this time, Talon, they'll be around in time. There's no two ways about that. They've got plenty of time to try and contest this time around. They'll move in. Roshan's still going down the Pure. He's almost got it gone. Roar is there. Ramses, he'll get spotted. They found a great target in the Mars. They will burst him down as the Roshan's still going. They'll be able to pick up the Aegis here on Pure, but they'll leave the banner behind. So WS will go ahead and pick that one up for Pure. How do you get out of this situation? He'll mantra off the Gleipnir. Makoto chasing him down, but no, they'll go after the Edge instead. They'll take down Saksa. Can they find more? WS, he'll get jumped. Akashi focusing on Thompson. Thompson dropping low, but Ramses with a huge arena round. Makoto, he got hexed up. Makoto, he gets the tricks of the trade off just in the nick of time. But what's it going to do for him?
Masih
He
kalah,
does go
ngentot.
down.
Ya kalah,
So does
menang, Jing.
Ponyo. Onto the DK, they'll go WS, not looking too tanky. He will
Wah
drop.
banget itu, gila lu.
And Ramses, that was a very nice buyback up from the Mars just in the nick of time to save the fight here for Tundra.
Ngentot di tip tadi
With
pure
the
anjing,
Roshan, with the
anjing.
Aegis still going.
Siapa nih orang bangsat? Gitu kali ya.
It's not going to take too much here from Tundra to rip these buildings to shreds, as we've seen before. Side of Town only have the 2 buybacks. Even with buyback in WS, he doesn't have the Dragon form. You know, don't have their steroid as well as
Langsung,
Solar
Jing,
Flare.
dikeluarin.
Gonna have to try to.
Banyak
at least
bacot,
get
ngentot.
some racks.
Tundra emang
Tundra,
the real
smell
player,
the
bro.
Water, tier 4s, no problems. Forcing the buyback from WS, but what can Town feasibly do? And they don't have these ultimates up. It just feels it's a difficult defense to say the least. Tundra, right on top to set off their road to the international here on the right note. This Town looked good early on, but just that wonky Roche fight, and it just starts to fall apart really fast, but it's kind of wrapped.
2 wonky Roche fights this time around. Well, here we go. I mean, Tundra looking for that final lane of barracks, slowly starting to head up.
Kosong, Jing.
You did get that Roshan banner, but that's not going to do you too much good here if you are the side of Talon. Not right now, it won't anyway. The Tundra, though, still just kind of sitting back,
Tapi bisa kayak gitu ya?
relaxing. They are just buying Pure some more
Oh, dia
time
lompatnya
to get
begitu
some
sih?
more farm going before they do get onto that high ground.
Bisa lompat begitu ya guys ya?
No real rush here for Tundra. They understand they are in complete control, and it seems like they're going to just wait out the
Coba,
MKBs
ngentot.
before they really try for
Kalau
that
bisa kayak
final lane
gitu,
of barracks.
anjing enak lah.
Just no need to risk this game one. And if
Kalau
you're
lompat
Talon,
maju
I mean,
nggak jelas,
you are
Jing,
the
itu
guys that need
masalahnya.
to find a way back into this game. But right now, they are just stuck in their high ground. They're just not feeling safe to venture out.
You just have so many ways of keeping these waves freely shoved in from Tundra. Again, with an NP, with a wave clearing you have, and a Morphling, even a Mars can clear out these waves and just keep it shoved consistently. You don't have a lot of room. There goes 1 weak MKB up for Pure. He's going to have a little bit more damage to play with. Not going to have to care about smoke screen too much here as well. Move out the DKB and just hit away for free. Take a free Tormentor now for Whitemon to have. A little bit more utility with the Ice Shards going further now as well for the deepest Evolution blocking off some pattern here. I'm not sure how Talon takes care of 2 lives on Pure. Again, if they get that perfect angle, if they get their own MKB up in Akashi, perhaps piercing through that evasion chance in the butterfly with the right-click speed you have with Solar Flare-Up, you will need to isolate again. And that's where we need to see Talon kind of play together. It's just hard to see Tundra breaking apart at this point. You know, they're so far ahead. 2 lives is a huge allowance, but hey, Talon did it before when they were shoving in the mid. Maybe they can do it again.
Also, what a game we've had so
Ini
far.
cut gimana caranya di dempeng ya? Apa yang mau dikat anjing?
We shall see very soon that Talon can indeed do it again, because it seems like Tundra, they're ready to try and approach that high ground. They'll smoke up as 4. Topson will meet him with the teleport. Oh, they see Makoto. TP away, he's going to be alright. They can't reach.
Kelihatan
Makoto,
ya,
he did have buyback, to be fair, but you'd much rather not have to commit it in that fashion.
Kok bisa kelihatan ya anjing?
Yeah.
Ada ops loh, oh ada ya.
You can't afford to die outside base right now. And please try to take this high ground fight, buy back for a prolonged fight, and see if it works out. And Tundra, all they have to do is just
Emosi
play together
anjing,
as a team.
vampir gentot permainannya anjing.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Anjing permainannya emosi dia.
Russian, they'll wait for the creep wave to come in. In fact, Thompson's just TPing across the map, farming in another location. But he'll have it back up in about 15 seconds, so no problem. But again, it doesn't really seem like Tundra are going to try and force. They've only got 30 seconds left on the Aegis on top for Pure, so it might be one of those situations where you just kind of accept the fact that you control the whole map anyway, and you may as well just make that net worth lead get a hell of a lot bigger, though it is already sitting at around 20k. But when you control the whole map, you may as well take all the fun.
Yep.
Maybe wait out the next Roshan.
Yeah, just playing secure here. Pure trying to work onto that BKB now. So there's really not going to be that much threat onto this Morphling. As long as he can pop the BKB quick enough before the Dragon Tail stun kicks in, you should have really no problem surviving through. And that's where this will go close to 0 now for Talon at that point, once that's up. If they can maybe isolate Pure while he's farming that, sure. But again, there's no outer reach here for Talon whatsoever.
Anjing parah nggak ada yang bikin pipe, bangsat.
Chrysalis early on.
Kiri juga nggak ada jing.
Wants to go for the full Catalyst just yet. Doesn't Pierce first. You've got the refresh up on Ramses. Double Hex ready to go. Double Arena, double Spear, and double BKB. And Talon, they don't have any of those kinds of options. Again, they still shine and pickoffs, but you can't get pickoffs if you don't manage to get outside your base. Have the BKB up on Mikoto. So at least the Ricky's a little bit more protected up front. They have to be very quick with that. Again, the Psych Twice on Ramses has been causing a ton of issues here. But I'm not seeing easy answers for Talon still. Now, like, there is a path back. It is more reliant on Tundra maybe playing a little bit more recklessly, going in 1-by-1, and or even just fragmented as we saw in the high ground fight. And, you know, Tundra is just not giving those opportunities back. There's that BKB for Pure. Safety
banget ya,
up and ready.
Oh, mas pakai asli begini jing.
Nothing to really concerned about. Maybe you just wait out until next Roshan. A minute 40 until we see that next timer here, but it's not like Talon can really contest or do anything. They'll try with a smoke out here.
They're gonna give it a crack. The Tormentor does go the way of the Dire, of course. Pure will be able to pick up his own shards now. BKB now officially up on Pure. So life becomes infinitely harder now with that BKB available. And Tundra, they're grouping up again. Into the Radiant Jungle they'll go. Akashi going to be spotted by White One in just a moment. Shards out, but of course Akashi can just leap away and will do so. Tundra so desperate to try and find a quick pick-off before they do approach that high ground, but seems like they might just have to do it the old-fashioned way. Makoto hanging around that bottom lane, but they don't really have the detection around this area. Now they do. But they won't make the jump on Makoto. He's fine. They'll see Joe Cam. Ramsey's jumping in. Misses the arena though. Claybney will lock him down. Arrow will land as well. The drinking buddy's just not quick enough, but it doesn't matter. Though with the arena down, Talon, they might want to go, and they do certainly look like they want to try and pursue here. WS ready to blink in, does commit. He gets the stun off onto the task. Wyamon trying to be bursted down. In comes Makoto, but they're lacking quite a bit of damage without Akashi. Ponyo, he'll try as well, but Pure, he's just manning up through it. He couldn't give a crap. Makoto being chased down. They really can't afford to lose this Ricky. Silenced him up, more stuff away. Makoto, he might jump back in with the tricks of the trade, and Whitemon will go down. Meanwhile, though, Jocam and Ponyo both dropping. Is now Pure dropping low, but so does Makoto. He'll go down on a WS. He'll BKB TP out, and he will make it. Meanwhile, Akashi's still getting tipped throughout all of this. As now they've got Makoto down with that buyback, and it seems like Tundra can officially go for the jugular.
WS.
Onto the DK. WS is gone.
So dapat gitu jing.
Pure in trouble. Does go down. Pure is off the map now as Ponyo. He will die for this. It's a 2v4 scenario as Whitemon's gonna buy back. Takashi and Jocam versus the world. Can you deal with Thompson? That's the big target. Ramsey's disrupted. Although you have lost Jocam, still Akashi, he will try to take down the Mars, but the Hex is out. He's got no damage incoming, as now they'll focus down the Ancient, and GG is called. Game 1 will go the way of Tundra Esports. And it was quite back and forth, Jonathan, but it did always feel like Tundra just had their number here in Game 1.
That they did. I think the laning phase looked pretty alright for Talon. They had right ideas in going for that aggressive first blood kill early on, but
Masih ada kosong nih. Buat yang lain.
Well, that's game 1 in the bag. Let's head back over to our panel and see what they had to think about this game.
Kita harus ngebet guys. Ngebet duit jing.
We're going to give some of our opinions here. I mean, I really enjoyed the early game from Talon because that's the part that we didn't know how exactly it was going to play out. What are these lanes going to look like? Or what exactly are they going to be able to achieve for themselves? And I think a lot more than we thought. Unfortunately, it didn't lead to success for them, but I still think a promising early game for them and a little bit in that mid game left to be desired. But early rotations coming out from the Jenkins, and I think that was one of the most impressive things Talon were able to do.
Yeah, that was going pretty well for them, actually.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Akashi made his classic
Saya kalau
rotation
10
through the portal,
Kalau menang
and
3 kan
that went
ngentot ya.
really well. There was an early buyback that we saw from Ponyo, which was interesting, but it just spoke to how much fighting there was in that game. I think at like 25 minutes, there was like 45 kills or something like that, so almost 2 kills per minute, back and forth. The net worth lead was until the last 10-15 minutes of the game, maybe closer to 10 minutes of the game, like it was fairly even.
I mean, they kind of had the greedier draft, I felt like, overall for Talon, so they needed like the early game to go well for them. So, I mean, Jenkins talked about the buyback, felt like they kind of tried to slow the game down, they tried to slow Tundra down with that, but kind of didn't really work out, but I like the idea. And after that, the game kind of became very scrappy and a lot of like bad pickoffs, bad deaths. They were just trying to scramble their way into the late game, whereas Tundra, I felt like even if they don't get a big lead, they still have a really, really comfortable early game with the Midas on the Morphling. And going to late game, you have Morphling plus MP, two of very, very strong late game scaling cores. And on top of that, you have an Ench, which is also a core in the late game. So I don't feel like Tundra at any moment of this game, they were threatened.
Yeah, it felt like, the two evils there. It's like, okay, you either burst Ench and, spend a lot on trying to get rid of her because she likes to sit at the back line and just deal damage, or you just kind of get caught out and Nature's Prophet gets to also sit on the sidelines there here and just dish out some free damage.
Yeah, but you know who wasn't doing any damage in this game?
Who?
The Ricky. This pick in particular, it was supposed to do a lot, we talked about in this game. Unfortunately, it ended up with 12,000 hero damage in this game, which is not good for your last pick mid Ricky here. We expected it to do a lot in this particular game. It was a very scrappy game. Yet again, I feel like this is where Ricky should shine. But unfortunately, if you go for this early Diffusal Blade Rush, he also had to go for the Shard to counter like the Drinking Buddies from the Tusk. And he just ended up being more of like a support role in this particular game. So I really did not like the fact that it ended up going for this Ricky last pick and throwing the DK into the offlane, and the DK also going for the fire facet too. It kind of just put him in a position where everything had to go right, and it just didn't, and the game was very difficult because
Yeah, I felt like if Ricky, you want to succeed in a game, you kind of need your draft to be more like team fight. Your other heroes need to have some sort of team fight, where I felt like their draft doesn't really have much of a team fight. It's all about you get your items, then late game you have this DK, you have Mirana, you're going to out DPS your opponents. But in the early mid game team fights, like what is Ricky supposed to do when nobody's willingly standing in front? Like for example, Tundra had the arena to team fight. You know, Talon kind of didn't really have anything outside. You know, you hit some arrow with the DK jumping in. That's about it. You know.
Yeah, I think that was like, you know, we saw a good early rotation from Talon. I think at like the 10 minutes, and then you fast forward literally 2 minutes to.
Yeah, when the actual team fights are happening, you can see they are struggling.
Yes, Tundra had that arena up that you're talking about, and yeah, there was a lot more that they could do with it. Ricky, we haven't really seen him in pro games for, I want to say many years. It's not that long, but at least definitely not this year competitively.
I mean, we saw him last year with the dart.
Yes, we did, and then that kind of got like nerfed out. But this year competitively, we haven't seen him. So do you want to talk about the facets? Maybe people at home might not know, and then which one Makoto went with, and that you're question mark.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really right about like Ricky not being in the meta for many years.
Yeah.
There was that dart meta, and then before then there's also a year-to-year gap where he hasn't played. But right now he's seeing a little bit of a resurgence right now against some of the popular heroes. He's got two different facets. One of them gets some bonus EXP when he gets a kill, which is what mainly people went for, right? Just go around the map, get kills, get high level. That is kind of inconsistent now. It's very difficult to do. People know when you're off the map. So now he has a different facet now where his E, Tricks of the Trade, does like 450% bonus damage to creeps. And I expected him to rush Ags from the mid lane. That way, with that facet, it makes sense. You're farming, you keep up and farm, you're not reliant on getting hero kills. And that's something that Thompson's been doing. He's been spamming this in pubs, but Makoto, I don't know if he's super comfortable on this Ricky. He knows how it works. He went for more of the, I'm going to just get kills and snowball the game, rushing the Diffusal Blade, going for that early shard as well, getting behind. But if you don't get those kills, this hero does not shine, and unfortunately he could not find those kills in this game. And that's why the Ricky just didn't really work out. He did half the damage that the enemy Inch did in this game, and that's not where you want to be.
If you include the damage that he did to the Treant, then we're really racking up the numbers. No, I think the point that Winter mentioned was an interesting one. Like the fact that they had pretty much 3 carries on Talon. It was in all the lanes, and then the supports were not team fighters. Even Tundra lacked team fight. It was just Mars. Like all the other heroes were scaling, and you have the Tusk and the Ench. Like these heroes are more like run at you, like ganking heroes, save heroes. So really just a game in general that lacks team fight, but one team fighter is infinitely better than 0. Like if you're Talon in that game, I do agree with the Ags take that you probably just play for pickoffs and avoid fights, because they actually were getting pickoffs. There was that one time we saw them jump Pure on the Morphling and kill him in like a fraction of a second with the Ricky, and maybe if they played the entire game like that, it would look really weird and wonky, but they have a DK playing essentially DK carry off lane. They have a Ricky playing Ricky carry mid. They have Marana, which is one of the highest damage dealing carries in the game.
He wasn't really playing Ricky carry mid though. That's my problem. He was playing like Ricky space.
But if he went for the Ags, I mean, like if they kind of had that idea where it's like, okay, we're just gonna dodge them. I mean, it's very not this meta, but that might have worked out because Pure did go for a Midas. Like he was planning for the game to go late.
Yeah, Pure had like a rougher game than I thought, especially when we just saw the scoreboard there. His KDA, sure, it was still positive, it looked great, but there were a lot of deaths that I feel like as Morphe could have avoided, so that is big props to Talon being able to, you know, get him a couple deaths there for themselves. The other thing is his Nature's Prophet. What's very obvious is the fact that he has a teleport built into his toolkit, right? You get to be off the map farming, and that's that late game that we talked about. I thought Ricky would have lent into that, is that you could potentially run around with your supports and try and find him. You
get
hunt
him in the trees.
Wherever he is when he's not ready. Maybe a new camp that he's teleported to, and that didn't happen. They didn't go for that sort of play into his
SD
toolkit.
plus Marcy, which I feel like didn't really enable that. If you want to do that, you kind of need like a support that can burst heroes like Lion, Skyra, this type of hero, or at least a Snapfire. You can do damage from far away, and you can allow the Ricky to find pickoffs, you know. And with SD and Marcy, what you're supposed to do, you follow the Ricky and what?
That's what I'm saying. I think they just should all buy Midases like it's 2 weeks ago, and then just play for the late game.
Yeah, it's also not how the game played out. Like you saw, like every fight was like a team fight.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't just alone. Even this Morph, he just had Treads Midas. He was joining every single.
It was 5v5.
Yeah, it was 5v5 the whole game. There was no like split pushing shenanigans in the early mid game. Later on there was, sure, towards the end of the game, but like at that point in time it was already kind of too late. The game was a bit over.
How consistent do you think that style is going to be of we want early fighting carries? Because Riyadh, the last big LAN, that's what teams found success in is we snowball up at, like, let's say the 12-minute mark, and we don't leave each other's sides unless we're not winning team fights. And you think that that's going to be pretty prevalent?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now most all the carries are playing heroes that can be very active. Morph is one of the greedier ones, but most of them are buying Gleipnir first item. That way they can join the fights while still farming on the side. Their second item is usually BKB, so they continue to join these fights. If you miss a timing here or there, or if you're just a bit too AFK, you're going to lose these fights. And these fights are massive. Now you're going to lose Roche, and now the game's going to snowball. And right now, currently in this patch, snowballing a game is something you usually can't come back from. It's going to be very difficult to get back from, so speed is very important.
Yeah, if you don't join the early fights, you're not farming. Basically, you won't have time to farm. So I felt like a lot of the heroes, that were picked before, something like
Sumpah mati, satu sama menurut gue sulit.
They can't really have time to farm.
Ini satu sama masih bisa, Jing. Ini sumpah, ini satu sama masih bisa.
The range carries right now, the Lina, the Wind Ranger, the Mirana, it's not the same.
Sulit, Jing.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain, you were like listing heroes, you know, Terribly being one of them, and for some reason, like Spectre popped into my brain. I'm like, we just have not seen her. I know that she needs a lot of items, a lot of time, and a lot of net worth to really come online. But with her ult change, that's what we saw in TI last year, is that people were looking towards picking her up because she could ult in and then just leave again and go back to farming. And I thought maybe that might have come back around with everyone wanting carries that could join fights, but there's two aspects to it. You have to be able to join fights, but you also still have to be able to do something in the fight.
And the third aspect is you have to not lose your lane horde.
Okay, yeah.
So like these heroes like Lina and Ron we talked about, NP, they're strong laners, right? They can win their lane, they can snowball that. Right now, Spectre, still playable. It's not an unplayable hero. It's just really weak in the laning stage. It gives the offlaner kind of a free game, and you want to avoid that.
I do think it's actually decent, but one thing that I've learned about Dota in the last 3 years, and I don't know if it's always been this way, or if I just learned this as a player and I wasn't good enough to recognize this back then or whatever, but it really seems like in Dota, heroes being good is not what determines the meta. It's items being good, and then that determines what heroes are picked. So if Greaves is good, then it doesn't matter what state Underlord is in. Underlord is going to be picked. If Gleipnir is good, then all the Gleipnir carries are going to be picked. The thing is, if Blade Mail or Orchid were like really busted items, which they're fine, right? They're just not as broken as
they're more like tier 2.
Yeah, but like Gleipnir is like triple S plus tier. So I honestly think like that's why these
Morph is the only exception where I feel like he's just that broken and doesn't buy those items because of what I mentioned. Like you just go stats on this hero. You put 1 point in your W, maybe 2 points in your E, and then you just go stats.
Yeah.
And they give double value, and you can just build normal carry items. He's kind of like the anomaly of the meta right now.
Yeah, there's always a few exceptions.
How many carry heroes do you think can't build Blip? I shouldn't say can't, but like don't
most
do
of the
well
melees
with.
one.
Okay.
Most of the melees like doesn't make a lot of sense on them. That's about it.
Oh, thought there was gonna be more.
I mean,
there was gonna be a longer list
like
than that.
these Ursa, PA, anti-mage, like name any melee hero. It's
PA is kind of decent now, is it?
Gleipnir PA?
I mean,
No,
not
I'm saying
Gleipnir.
Gleipnir PA. But is she then one of the anomalies? Is Ursa or PA, are they in that ballpark of Morph, or you're like, Morph just really does sit here and those two are
So
more
basically the Gleipnir heroes pretty much win their lane, and you can pick them early. The Battle Fury heroes, still pickable, but they have to pick later in the draft. They have to have some type of purpose. They have to see their matchup, yeah, pretty much. And they're gonna, or it's like we ran out of picks, everything's banned. That's the other option. So
No, you never want to be in that position, but it does happen.
I mean, that's why we just ended with a DK offlane going for the Red Dragon.
Yeah, they kind of ran out of options.
WS didn't really feel like he had anything else to play.
He did change to Red Dragon last minute.
I mean, that's the thing about when you have a star player on the team, you kind of want to leave his pick to the last or the second last, but then your enemy's targeting them. So I feel like this game they probably have to change that sequence and maybe try to pick his hero early, so they can set up the whole draft around him instead of just giving him the whole draft and the last pick. What do you want to play when everything's banned?
Dragonaut was their first pick. I don't know if I expected it though to be a first phase pick. I feel like there are still a couple more heroes out there that you might want to put in higher priority, or you guys don't really.
I feel like they debated themselves.
I was gonna say I can tell you why. It's because they didn't want to give it to Pure. Pure invented the DK.
But you also
don't you feel like it's also
again.
an answer to NP?
Yeah, I feel like it's more than that. I feel like they picked this when they saw NP.
Is it though? Because the Tusk.
Why would you pick DK then to?
I think
that's the question I'm asking.
No, I feel like they had an oversight.
I think there's of course the element of it's good against NP. I think also you can just go double bracer on like a lot of these strength heroes, and it's going to do fine against the MP. But I think it's because like Pure is this is his thing. Like he brought this into the meta. They're not going to get this to Tundra because now everybody is picking the DK carry. Now it's actually considered S tier meta.
Interesting.
To counter that, you're gonna take his hero, give him his other good hero, Morphling, and then pick that hero that isn't good versus Morph and try to counter it.
Yeah, I think they ran out of bans. I think that's the issue, and it's what you said. They debated
the thing about countering as well is sometimes you're just not as good as your opponents at executing the same strat, right? You copy their strat, but there are certain small little detail that you are missing, and the thing is just not the same anymore. So I'm not really a big fan of trying to just take what your opponent's good at.
I think they pivot away from that. I don't think they do that
Look,
in a second.
It could have been both things that factored into this. Either way, it's a best of 2 for our group stage here between Talon and Tundra. And we're looking at our draft for game number 2 there in our screens. Are the bans going to change up right now? Not at all. Nothing is different between these two teams and what they've decided to take out. For Tundra, I mean, you don't need to. You just want to game. You're very happy. You're very comfortable in this matchup and what you think is going to come your way. But for Talon, if that Dragon Knight was as big of an issue that you're talking about, Jenkins, maybe they consider putting it in there and not wanting it.
Lina and Omni are the only ones left?
Yes, Lina and Omni from last game's bans could potentially be banned here again.
We'll see.
Do you think Lina is Cannibal Winter? Do you think you're comfortable coming up against her in a competitive game of Dota?
I think Lina and MP are heroes that I will never want to fight against in the game. Like personally for me, I think they are really, really difficult to deal with. There's not many answers. I think a decent solution is maybe going like some Centaur with Crimson Guard and try to negate the damage, but I don't even know if that's enough.
They go back for it. I mean, at least if they're going to do this, I think I would prefer to see the DK go mid.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like that. This to me is a carry hero. Right now.
Okay, strategically, you don't pick this as a carry counter to NP, in my opinion. You pick this to exploit when NP leaves the lane, but they didn't do that, right? This is not an off-lane response.
But do you also feel like the last game they did it to mirror the MP? Like wherever the MP is going, they want to send the DK there, but they changed their mind in the end.
Yeah. So like that's what I mean. Strategically, they might correct that, and I feel like that would be an okay thing to do because you're going on the same path of what makes sense. And I don't know if it's good or not, right? But it makes sense to me. It's like, oh, you have high armor, you kind of have the built-in bracers you talked about, and when the NP leaves,
the value of it.
I mean, the high armor thing is not exactly a thing anymore now. Because in the beginning, it's different.
It's still more than most.
With double bracer, which anybody playing against NP is going to get, I think it is enough.
But I think you 100% have to go with the poison facet here and play for tempo. You can't go with the fire facet and just farm because at that point, you might as well just play it as carry.
But if you're playing as carry, I think the fire facet is like the go-to, right?
It's fine. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if DK is as good as we think it is, you can just put it as a carry, and I'm fine with this as well. But if it's an answer to the NP, it's not the fire facet. It's the poison facet. NP leaves, you take his tower. Now all of a sudden, he gets punished for going across the map.
Let's turn our eyes towards what those second ban phases were. Second ban phase? What? Second phase bans? Sniper. Yes, Sniper getting through. So they think Marcy was an issue from game number 1, willing to give up the Sniper now, and the Morphling also making his way in there, which leaves the Viper through. So that's the differences in that second phase between game 1 and game 2. But Enchantress still on the table to be picked up and taken away.
On Talon this time. That's the adjustment they made.
The swap.
And they're going to go back for their Tusk here. It can be played on White Mon and Soxa, so it's still available here.
And do you guys prefer the drinking buddies or tag team now?
Not a Tusk player, not sure. It made a lot of sense against Ricky because you can just like.
As a viewer, I like it.
Yeah, I feel like because I played this hero quite a fair bit recently. I'm not really sure when should I choose the drinking buddies, and usually tag team. I pick it when I look at my carry. My carry is Lina, Wind Ranger, so I go for tag team. And that's my logic.
But isn't drinking buddy also good with range heroes because it gives them the buff, regardless if Tusk is next to them?
Yeah, but you don't need the attack speed on Lina, for example, or Wind Ranger.
Either way, that is going to be Sox's hero, the sniper. Do you have any insight on this one as support?
Absolutely.
lane winner. He's
Absolutely.
like a Lash.
I have a 25% win rate with this hero over the last 6 months.
No way.
My most played hero.
How many games?
Sniper? Well, I go Conda 6 Rapier Rush.
Oh, maybe that's why you're losing.
That's the build that I...
No, that couldn't possibly be it. That couldn't possibly be the reason.
But one thing that I did notice looking at this hero on Dota 2 Pro Tracker is a lot of players are spamming the Sniper Pos 4 and considering this to be S tier. They have a 20% win rate with it. Like, a lot of people are losing with
Yeah,
Sniper.
but most of the games you watch, you notice they're winning the lanes. I think you pick him to win the lane, and later in the game, I feel like it goes well with the current team of the meta where you need your supports to do damage. And Sniper as a position 4, after you secure the lane, yeah, you don't have any catch for your team, but you farm, you skill, and you help with the damage department.
This goes back to our conversation about maybe it's winning.
Bad in pubs, but really good for competitive.
Well, maybe
that's
it's winning
exactly
in
what I was going to
scrims.
say too.
All of this is very fruitful, and I enjoy the conversation. But Sasha is one of the only people that actually has a positive win rate with it.
Right, that's what you were going to say.
He is actually good at this Sniper Pos 4.
This man has been cooking for Sniper for many months, by the way.
Really wants people to play Sniper.
Yes, because I remember all the way back at the Dubai LAN, he was talking to one of the teams playing in it and was like, mid Sniper, that's the secret sauce. They picked it out and they won.
I think it was Liquid, wasn't it?
Pretty sure it was Liquid. I wasn't gonna name the team, but I'm pretty sure it was Liquid.
I think it was because there was a lot of like coddle mid, which was just like kind of pushing the lane, so you could get away with the carry mids. There was like less track mid, which Sniper counters.
I also feel like it kind of enables your support, because back then maybe it was the meta shifting towards more emphasis in fighting in the runes. And Sniper, I feel like when you put this style here where you have some AoE spell to fight around the ramps, it's very difficult for the enemy team to contest the rune. Like a Razor mid, you just cast the plasma field and you kind of secure the rune.
Yeah.
And Sniper does that for your supports.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Thompson is one of the Sniper mid players that will actually take a mid, so whenever...
You think there's a slight flex?
There's a slight flex. Yeah, like I think when you see this, you're going to assume it's a Sniper 4 because this is the meta. But with Tundra, you always have to look out. Thompson's going to look for any excuse to trick you and play a Sniper mid.
I think it's actually hilarious. Most people said this, what is the facet called on Sniper, the scatter shot or something? Most people are like, this is the most useless facet in the game.
I mean, you think about the position 4 heroes, right? A lot of the heroes that have a good facet now, like Lash and Sniper, they kind of change their spells from long duration to short duration, but you get more damage. Yeah. And that works really well in the lane. So I felt like a lot of these facets just made certain heroes have a very, very strong laning phase.
And you can just funny, it's still facets are still being discovered this late after
I think the item meta changing helps a lot as well. Like Sniper with drums and solar feels really good just in general. Like you do really well in the early game, you get these early items and you start snowballing with the early items. When Scattershot was first added and it was the facets patch, it was not a group up as 5 like Pipe Greaves sort of auras meta. It was a like how well can you do in the mid game type meta. And when you're talking about the facet that falls off the fastest but has incredible early game didn't even matter back then. It was all about mid game.
Yeah, it was like the Jin Q Marcy's rushing BKB.
Yeah, exactly.
Core,
You're just becoming a core. Yeah.
The thing about Sniper that's always really annoying is he likes to sit on that back line. You know, there's normally there's normally other heroes that are willing to go in for yourself. Obviously, Tusk being one of the ones they've already picked up for themselves. You go, that man wants to initiate, wants to go in. But then on the side of Talon, you then think, okay, how do we get into that back line? How do we just take out this support that's going to be able to deal a lot of damage? And I guess they thought their answers were the Mars Phoenix. Do you guys vibe with it, or? I mean, it's a good combo. You arena and you egg on top. People have done this.
It's a classic combo, and I think more than anything, they're just taking away a lot of the heroes that they feel like were a problem that Tundra had. They took away the Ench, they took away the Mars, they brought their own team fight to the equation with the Phoenix here. It's a well-rounded lineup here, whereas Tundra, they're kind of going for the same type of style of strategy.
Yeah, I feel like the Phoenix also provides you with the support matchup because you like to play Phoenix into the Tusk. So that is also a small little addition for your draft.
Do you like it a little bit more than for game 1? Like you see a clearer vision?
Yeah, it's much easier.
This is way easier to execute. Yeah, I agree. I think for Tundra, what they're lacking right now is it's some sort of AoE disable. Like Centaur would be good if it wasn't for the fact that they're playing against Mars and Mars Arena counters a Centaur, you drop it down, you can't, you're running hasted speed within a tiny confined space, really doesn't help that much. But some hero like that, that's able to team fight, some AoE circle.
Yeah, they need a meat shield.
Slaughter.
They need a meat shield in front.
Slaughter's good, yeah. A meat shield that also has some sort of sun.
I mean, if you want to make circles and auras, Underlord could work.
Yeah, that sounds pretty
Underlord with Luna is very, very strong combo.
Yeah.
Team fight. You stand in front, you protect her. Because Luna really needs someone to protect her in the team fights, and a distraction.
Sulit
You can't,
anjing untuk
he's
draw
tanky,
itu
but you can't
ngentot
ignore him.
sumpah sulit nih.
She's not tanky enough to survive by herself.
No.
She needs like someone else to keep
They
her
actually
alive.
banned the Kunkka.
Yeah,
Good
Kunkka's
call.
actually a good choice.
I thought Kunkka was gonna be really busted when they added the built-in rum innate, but once again, this is another one of those ones where you look at all of these top players spamming it. They try it for 8 games, they lose 7 of them, and then they stop spamming it. I saw
Put it
Collapse.
on the bench
Yeah,
and then, like,
Collapse
never
couldn't
again.
make it work. So it's like if Collapse is spamming something, this guy's like climbing an MMR, and this is the one hero he's losing with. I figured it's
I mean, the water park just isn't the same anymore.
it's not the same, dude. You get cannons now, which are
Cannons.
awesome but terrible.
They're not terrible. It's just definitely worse than the old one.
Yeah.
Torrent Storm Rest.
But I like the idea. Like this would fit the type of hero they need perfectly. Something that has a little bit of team fight, a little bit of disable, and a meat shield to go in front. They even banned the Centaur despite having the Mars. I mean, I think it's great. Other than Into the Mars,
I feel like the Underlord is a pretty good option here.
I think so.
It'll make the DK.
It's very good with sniper, like your spells with the
Yeah.
scatter shot.
You have like double teleportation as well with the gate plus MP, and that's kind of what their lineup's all
Tahu
about.
dulu guys, tahu dulu guys.
Getting around the map here.
oh, they're gonna take Underlord for sure. I was gonna say the only issue is you're getting counterpicked, but that's why they banned the monkey. Never mind. What on earth?
Off lane elk.
Could be mid out too.
I mean, still, that hero, if they do run it off, gets countered by Monkey. Like, this carry demolishes
countered
any
mid too,
melee
yeah.
hero.
I mean,
I feel like that's the
Anjing, ini
lane
draftnya
going
gimana
out
ya?
for a sniper.
it doesn't have to be, but it could.
It's a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I mean,
I like the shot.
I think for sure. The more
Offline
I think about
NP?
it, this NP has to go mid because no one in the right mind is
Yeah,
going to play
offline
NP
NP, anjing.
offlane into Enchantress. You're just going to give him a free tree.
Yeah,
and
you
he's
just don't
gonna-
skill tree or what. Like, what's
and then it's just not good, right?
No.
So it's offlane Alchemist for sure here. I don't think offlane Luna is a thing. I mean, she did get improved. I'm actually a big Luna fan ever since they made the changes.
You are,
to her.
sorry?
Yeah,
Okay,
this hero, like, I was not a fan where you would just max your W and E and just go AFK for 20 minutes. But they changed it so now you can max beam if you want to, get your ulti at 6, and you can participate in the fight, which
Yeah.
makes this hero a lot faster. But yeah, they're going to do the offlane Alchemist here because I don't think you could do NP offlane. I'm not sure how good this lane is, but you can stack the sniper like crazy if you want to. Al can get farmed. I don't know if there's a particularly good Ags here to give away, so I'm very
Husk.
curious to see. I don't think he's going to go that route. I think he's just going to build for the team and just get auras even potentially. Maybe he'll go Radiance and be another carry, but that seems a little greedy.
How do you guys feel about the last pick, Akashi Windrunner?
I mean, it's a good laner
It's
into
like
the elk.
against Alk.
Elk sniper. I think it's a
Sniper.
pretty strong. You need a pretty strong like position 1 carry when you have Phoenix pos. Oh no, sorry, actually Enchantress pos 5.
I'm also curious what facet he's gonna go. I feel like this is one of the most
He's going to get
contentious
the.
facets out there in the game right now.
Everyone
That
is
both,
here. No.
both have pros
What's
and
your?
cons.
I want to hear his prediction. What facet do you mean on Windrunner, right?
The Whirlwind. I already looked it up. Everyone's getting Whirlwind.
They are, yeah.
Every.
He's getting whirlwind. I can see.
But what if
You're not
there's?
supposed to look like that.
But what if there's a? Okay, well you already looked, so that's cheating. But he could change it last second.
Yeah.
To be
could?
fair,
Should we look? Should we wait?
because Focus Fire, I feel like against Luna is pretty good.
Okay. So then what's the benefit to going Whirlwind, which I believe...
I guess to me, like with Mars, it gives you team fight.
Yeah, drop arena.
Yeah,
when-
Run in there.
drop
just-
arena, and you just get a
Pretty good.
bunch of AoE damage here. Because that's the downside of going for focus fire is, if you don't kill that hero, kind of useless.
Yeah,
Right?
if you go on the wrong target, you're
And a
done.
lot of people, sometimes you're forced to just use it on a support because they're there. So you just have to get it out there.
Okay.
But then now you don't feel as bad if you use it on a support because it does spread damage.
And whirlwind farms.
And yeah,
It
I
does,
think
it does. Yeah.
I think more than anything, Wind Ranger right now is never a bad pick just because Gleipnir really strong. Universal hero.
Universal, yeah.
Like,
I mean, you can
it's
shift it
good.
to a couple of roles too.
Yeah.
Look, I'm interested to see how the team fights are going to be executed. You got the Egg, you got the Mars Arena, now you have the Whirlwind. It feels like a lot of AoE coming out from Talon. Is that enough to push them over the edge? We'll see exactly. As it is game number 2 with our casters, MLP and John.
We are getting into game 2 here between Talon and, of course, Tundra Esports. Jonathan,
I'm gonna wait
2
to
brand new
open
drafts.
first.
What are you thinking? Do you feel like Talon has enough here to force game number 2 win, or do you feel like Tundra are walking away with a 2-0 victory?
I mean, I like what Tundra's cooked up. I think I did agree with a lot of the ideas our panel had. I think the Underlord pickup
Kenapa kayak
might
Talon
have worked
bisa
out a little bit
menang
better
tinggi,
here,
awet
especially
nih.
if you're playing into the Wind Ranger.
Mau lihat dari
Or
mana
it
pun
would
juga
have
kayak
taken away
susah
this
banget
Wind
menangnya
Ranger
anjing.
option for sure for Talon to even consider. considering the atrophy with the focus fire, or the whirlwind damage reduction makes it pretty awful to play into. But I like what they're cooking on Tundra again. You know, they pick up the scatter shot sniper. You and I were having conversations about scattershot before. You told me, John, it's trash. John, please don't stop suggesting that, John. Here it comes. You know?
Are you happy?
I am happy.
You're happy you got that out, Jonathan? You're satisfied?
I am very satisfied.
It only took you like a year for this to be. It only took about.
Hey, 6 months or so, okay? Give me some credit. 6 months. 6 months.
You're a fortune teller, Jonathan. You're a good man. I can see. You got that psychic ability. Here we go. First blood maybe to happen here, as we could have a fight. Smoke around from Whitemon. He might just find Ponyo here with his pants down, and Ponyo gets sharded up, and it looks like he is just as good as dead. He'll try for the run. The Fairy Fire out. The slowdown is there from the blood grenade. They are still trying for Ponyo, and they do find him. Pure. He'll be the one to secure first blood on the Luna. Probably the best start you could have asked for here for Tundra.
Is Akashi?
Also caught. Ramses with another unstable concoction. They'll remove half the HP of Akashi to start off this laning stage, and oh boy, Tundra with the aggression already.
That's what we need to see coming out here for Tundra. All their lanes are set up for nice, easy aggression. Maybe except the mid. You've got Mikado on the DK up against Thompson on the NP once more. This is, again, a very relatively stable lane. You're going to be farming here on Mikado. You're going to be farming Thompson on either side. You at least have that extra piece of play for Thompson if he does manage to get the teleportation out early on. So that is something you need to look out for. A good voice line out from Pure. I was wondering where those voice lines were. It's been very quiet in game one. Good to see they're still popping out.
Don't get confident, Jonathan. No one's playing your voice line. No one. Alright? Don't. I know what you want. I know you're trying to sell, Jonathan. It's not hard. We're a TI, goddammit. Get it together.
I talked to Whitemon. He says we're not friends. I talked to Akashi. They say that we're not friends. You know, what can you do, buddy? What can you do? I'm not friends with him. Yeah. Still, we're friends with this game. As we're taking a look at the top lane now with Pure on that Luna. Yes, we are. It's a love-hate relationship sometimes. Whitemon on the... What was I even saying? Whitemon and Tusk. You've got WS on the Mars and Jokam on the Phoenix. This is also relatively stable. I mean, you have some decent play potential. Luna's not the furthest range hero, so Mars can certainly play. This is a WS special, which is rather interesting they allow it through this time around. We've seen WS, even when Mars looked pretty atrocious in some patches, even from his time in Boom, WS makes the hero look damn good. Almost like what FBZ used to do in Boom as well. Except it has felt...
Okay.
Shard was there, but the follow-up was not. No curse, Jonathan. Well done. You've done it. Because bottom lane, Akashi and Ponyo, they'll be up against Sarks and Ramses, and it seems like already a very good laning stage for Ramses as he has secured 10 CS. Because Ponyo will try to force him out in the Ench, but he had to go level 1 Nature's Attendance. Now he has the enchant up, so he can do a little bit more. But this laning stage, down this bottom lane for Tundra, does seem very strong. Like, maybe now the Harpy Stormcrafter could be a little bit annoying for Tundra, but with Saksa and Ramses on an Alex Sniper, it could be a very hard lane here for Talon.
Yeah, it's not going to be nice and simple. I mean, Akashi can always try to wind run away when they do fully commit with stun, but you're not dodging out the shrapnel damage.
Ngentot nggak ada accept atau apa
This
lagi.
scatter shot facet is just, it's a lot of damage, you know?
Tapi nggak ada
I love
accept
seeing
atau
it
apa
come
lagi
into play here
ngentot
at TI.
gitu kacau
Relatively
jadi.
international, finally seeing this in play. It just allows you to really zone out these heroes quite hard. It's giving this melee matchup against dual range a lot of play for Ramses. He don't care in the world. He knows the sniper can always cover up top. Getting a little bit aggressive here.
Jokam almost goes down, but they didn't quite have enough damage. Wyman dropping quite low himself. Meanwhile, bottom lane looks like there was a bit of a chase onto Ponyo, but they won't quite be able to secure us. Now Saksa in danger, and Saksa, he'll be the one to go down as Akashi picks up his first kill on the win range. It's a classic Ench bait, right? You chase the Enchantress expecting an easy kill, and you end up giving one away instead.
That's a nice little boon for Akashi. Again, in not really a slower lane, but a lane where he's not really finding as much.
Mulai gini sih ngentot
Say
nih.
aggressive play. The Ench can't really zone in now too hard. You isolate that sniper, you can still be easy pickings. They will take care of Jokam up top. So what if the safe lane's having a pretty decent time here in finding these pickoffs on the supports? Not as much as you'd want to get out here from
Ngapain
Ramses
tuh bawa
and WS,
kacau jing.
but Pure and Akashi off to a decent enough start, at very least, to set that tempo here. Really curious to see how much more Topson can get done. This lane on mid has been a lot slower for him in comparison to last game. 13-5 on MP compared to 23-8. Ponyo?
Does go down. They will get a bit of revenge here onto Ponyo. Akashi unable to help out as he was stunned up by Ramses. You were saying though that the mid lane does certainly seem a hell of a lot slower here for Topson this time around, but in fairness he is up against Dig, which is kind of the king of just slowing down your CS's top lane. WS in danger. Chase is on and Pure does secure. Now go for Joe
kayak tai kucing nih.
Cam as well. Joe Cam will have to walk the old-fashioned way, but Pure and Waimon both just slowly chasing him down. Eventually we'll find him. Pure has to be a little bit careful though, and he does actually die, but he secures the double kill before he does.
Taking that tick last, unfortunately, there. Getting a bit of a free chase onto Ponyo as well when he's trying to scout out these camps, but not going to be able
Koleksi, wah.
to get that full middle onto the Ench. Still, 2-5 start Tundra this time from coming out of the laning phase in pretty strong fashion.
I was oohing there, John, because Ponyo did accidentally throw a blood grenade instead of dropping an ult, I do believe. Will be just fine though. It does happen. We all misclick once in a while. Ponyo being chased down for a little bit by Sarks and Ramses. In fact, the unstable concoction is going to be channeled. Can they get within range? Ramses? Oh, he was almost there. He was like a centimeter away. Just not quite. But now Sarks are being chased down here by Ponyo. He'll try for the TV play out, and he will not make it. Ponyo is able to secure, but now Akashi even chasing down Ramses, but Topson doesn't really have the damage. Meanwhile, mid lane. Chase for Topson, he's going to be just fine.
Banget tai kenapa deh?
Did force out Whitemon to make that way onto mid as well to secure the rune. He is forced to take the amp damage rune himself. So Topson not going to be able to get too much out. He'll at least get the TP reset with the teleportation back in. We haven't seen that much side lane movement this time around. Probably not to be expected until we get a little bit more. Doesn't feel like the side lanes have opened up. I was expecting maybe some movements down.
Kenapa sih nge-lag banget anjing lah?
Play with a shrapnel there. Still focusing onto that mid. You've got
Lag banget anjing.
Bro will be there, then locking down a little bit longer as Whitemon. Going for a run, keeping the vision up. The heals are too much though.
Huh?
Pure,
What?
gonna move in with the Eclipse now, but he's lost vision. No, he hasn't. He'll find him. It's alright, he'll secure the kill. All worth.
very worthwhile. I mean, you're probably not looking for a wider team fight here for Pure early on, so you might as well get the pick off and that Eclipse, get back to farm. They isolate Akashi out here as well.
They certainly have Akashi. He's a big target, and they've got him. Ramses and Sarks are able to get the job done. The wind run was on cooldown, and that's just going to make life even easier for Ramses now, who has a completely free lane. Already top of the net worth board on the Alchemist, and it does certainly start to feel like this is going to be a pretty strong off-lane Alchemist game.
And it is. Getting that ramp up into more than likely just a standard Radiance build up to Mist.
Heroes one point up right now. Thank you. Keep it this
I'm a
time.
little bit surprised Akashi even tried to move a little bit forward with a Whirlwind. He didn't have his Javelin up at that point. There's no real output here for the Wind Ranger to threaten until at least the Javelin timing. And a little bit optimistic to try to look for the cleanup while all of that attention was dragged onto mid, even in a 1v1. I have to see if they can maybe get some movement across the gate. They will get Akashi and Ponyo for the same movement up top once more. This time around, though, Tundra is not camping around to be jumped. They are playing it safer, understanding what Talon's done in the last game.
Oh, you say safe. They're looking at that mid tier 1 tower instead here. Pure getting vision on Makoto. Shards will block the staircase, but Whitemon can't quite lock him down long enough. In fact, WS is here now, looking for the task. They've still got help around here from Tundra, but they may just allow Whitemon to die, as they are unwilling to risk the rest of their lives. So Whitemon will be the sacrifice, but in the meantime, they got the mid tier 1 tower. But the double graded Treants, it's just so much damage. Top lane, Pure. He will end up dying though. Akashi able to secure a kill for himself, so a pretty nice one there. along with the tier 1 tower. But again, though, Tundra, they did find the tier 1 mid.
And they can start to, again, play around that laning pressure we saw in the last game. Thompson still needing that full Maelstrom into the Gleipnir to have a little bit more presence, but can already just start to spam these treants around, keep every lane shoved in, maybe even threaten down bot at some point. Mid is still being chipped away by Mikado though, and the TPs are in to stop it. The Ench army is here to get the job done.
Shards on Ponyo, that'll lock him down. Here come the drinking buddies as well, so Thompson can get right to work, and of course Ponyo will just drop very quickly. Nice pick up here from Tundra. Probably not so happy that they lost their mid-tier 1 tower, but there's not really much they could have done about it in fairness. They will at least secure something for their trouble, as they are also going to pop a smoke here with Whitemon and Saksa. Heading down towards the south, they'll see if they can find Akashi down at that bottom lane. Akashi is still hanging around. Power shot going right through Ramses. The raindrops actually saves the life of Ramses on top. Unstable concoction being channeled. Akashi, wind running at the right moment, will be able to survive though. Here comes Thompson looking for some vision. Unable to find it though.
Nice little readout from Akashi. Full commitment out from...
Sabar guys, sabar guys. Gara-gara gue buka bet tadi anjing.
Get that done with no contest, instantly TPing back into their mid and top.
What the fuck, bro? Why so like? What GG?
Get that farm flowing. Talon, not at the point where you feel the comfiest in team fights. You do have Arena ready, Egg not quite there yet from Jokam, but you don't have easy initiation angles yet. You still need that blink up on WS. You've got an initial item coming out here for Mikado. That is his blink ready to go. So you could maybe play off of this DK. See if they will want to play more aggressive. I mean, you rush blink on DK, you're not going to be farming around. Even with Fire Dragon form, so you will want to get a kill. And there's that smoke. A kill onto Pure would be massive. This Luna has not had the best of time post laning phase. And even the laning phase was a little bit slower for Pure in terms of networks here.
Mainnya setara jeng. Tadi mainnya nggak setara bro.
Pump around, smoke is still up. They're still running towards the north. Dragon form popped. Pure was underneath vision for a moment, and they will jump in with the stun. Arena down to boot. The spear will land very nicely. And Pure, well, he's trying to fight through it, but there's just no helping coming. He's actually a pretty tanky carry, but it is not going to be enough. Talon able to secure a very important kill.
You again, this Luna has been sacrificed a little bit. Lane phase, yeah, they maybe find that kill on Jokam. Overall, WS still gets control on the Mars. Not the furthest range matchup for the Mars to feel uncomfy in. He is sacrificing a lot of his farm for Ramses and Thompson to scale up as well. So this Luna's impact's not going to be felt for a little bit longer, and Talon's just poking at that wound. And this is still giving that space they're looking for in Tundra though. Again, Ramses just lacking the Sacred Relic, already has the gold for that full Radiance. Already up and running. Farming pace is going to kick in. The mischance could save them from these two physical cores they have here as they just Jokam.
Getting up again. Thompson finding Jokam underneath some of the wards. Shards are going to land, of course, from Whitemon. That will force out the egg, though. Now, do they have enough of the egg? Thompson, he gets caught out. The power shot, it's going to get the job done. In fact, Ponyo, he'll also follow. They'll try for a run, but now Whitemon's also been caught. Whitemon will drop. They found a shackle on Saksa. That'll be a fourth target. Can they find the fifth? It is Pure, and they know he's there. They just need the blink up, and they've got it. Mikado will land the stun. Pure trying to just run underneath that tier 2 tower. Here comes Ramses to help out, but Pure is certainly going to fall as Ramses feeling charitable. One more over here to Talon. My goodness, what a team fight to come out. And that should have been a really easy pick-off onto Jokam, but that egg last second. And the decision from Thompson to turn around to try and burst it down, it just cost them so much. Now Akashi, bottom lane, focus fire popped. Thompson, he's going to go for the fight. Akashi pretty confident here with the power shot out of the window, not lasting long enough. Thompson was man up and secured the kill, but now Mikoto's here. Mikado will trade, but it's still a very good trade for Thompson.
Yeah, not too bad. Get that big kill on the Wind Ranger, slow down that tempo as it's coming through, stall out that timing for Gleipnir here. I think we're also starting to see some of these shortcomings here for Tundra in the sniper pickup. Saksa, yes, his damage is great with shrapnel in the laning phase, and the panel touched on this. The damage is insane. Doesn't feel like they managed to get as much as they want from that lane with Ramses in terms of slowing down Akashi. And now when the sniper's caught out, it's just dead. He has the Provis to try to save himself. No shard just yet. That could be another tool, maybe a 4-staff rush. But the damage output's not feeling amazing with a shrapnel. I mean, we saw Mikado just stand under a full shrapnel, no issues. So we're starting to lose a little bit of that luster here, although
Ponyo trying to get the D-wards off, but does end up sacrificing his life. Not really expecting Whitemon and Pure to be right around the corner. And they still have the vision there. It has not been de-warded or denied by Tundra, so I suppose you can always go back for it. Pure's going to run into WS here top lane. WS actually trying to go for the fight. Does have a Yule Scepter up, but drops the arena first. Pure happily just standing his ground for now. WS will eventually throw a spear out, but it doesn't really stun him up. So they have the DK. Now the egg dropped on top. Still the Luna is perfectly fine as Whitemon is just trying to Giga Chat it up. Pure though in danger once again, does finally go down. As now Whitemon trying to back off, but here comes the cavalry. Saxa though and Whitemon both burning to Joe Cam. They're both down. Now Thompson dropping low. Thompson is gone. Ramsey's on top, trying to run away. Talon. Oh my! I'll tell you what, John. Game 2, the boys woke up. They're here now.
That they are. I mean, we saw this kind of pacing from Talon in Game 1 as well. They're mid-game. They're finding some openings. They're finding some isolation play. This time around for Tundra, I think their big issue with this kind of draft is their team fight is not there. Right, like they last picked this Ramses offlane Alchemist. They don't really have a way of controlling people beyond like a Gleipnir pickup on Thompson, which he does have. Beyond that, I mean, it doesn't even boil down to like teamfight control there, but they just lack control in general. You're reliant on Sprout, you're reliant on isolation with shards and Snowball, and that's really it for your control. You have really good damage if you can hold people in shrapnel, but you don't have a stable way of getting that done. You don't have a great egg clearer either. Because Luna is very close range again, even with the Dragonlance, doesn't stand the furthest way back to be safe, and it just puts you at massive risk. Talon, 17-12, 4K up, looking good at 16 minutes into the game, starting to hit that tempo spike early on.
Well, this ward's doing a lot of work here, John. Thompson being spotted out by WS. We'll go for the fight. He's stuck in the arena anyway, so he's got really no choice in the matter. And Thompson, he will drop once again. And that Observe Ward, just towards the north of that Tier 2 top tower. It's doing some great work here for Talon.
And it is. Not the most obvious spot either. And they've not been able to send their supports over after that fight up top earlier. We saw how fast the backline melts as well, and how much poke damage the side of Talon has. And they're going to be able to find this Tier 2. First Tier 2 of the game, going their way. Up against an NP, that's a pretty big loss for Tundra. You'd expect a little bit more from Thompson to try to, again, just split push, but he's been looking for these fights. He's been angling in, as we've seen in Game 1. This time around, not panning out the same way. I think Talon's done a great job in correcting their draft. This draft, it does feel a lot more playable as well. You hit some spikes now. Akashi does have the Gleipnir.
He's going to land on Ramses, but he'll be able to just kind of dispel that off and run. And Whitemon was there with the drinking buddies just in case anyway. It seems to Talon they still want to try and force a fight once again. They are heading towards the side of Tundra down in that bottom right corner of the map. Ponyo trying to scout out with this Hellbear Smasher. We'll see Thompson very soon. Ponyo happy to just tank for the team. It seems though Talon have made the decision to just retreat. The Tundra in a very defensive position, not giving away any openings here to Talon. And they're going to go for a smoke up. Saxa and Whitemon, they'll be the ones to try and rotate into that Radiant jungle once again. Invis picked up by Whitemon will make that a little bit easier, but Joe Camp will just Icarus dive away. Looks like they have found out Ramses. Arena and Spear will land onto the Alchemist, and Ramses, he does not have his ulti available for another 2 seconds. Still waiting it out. He'll land a very nice stun, and now the turnaround. Ramses, he'll survive. It's now WS in trouble. Joe Cam running to boot.
Buset, itu Akashi enak banget, Rod.
Oh,
Rame-rame, Jing.
Look at the damage. He's finally down. Ramses, it's him against the world, and he just ends up just destroying himself. It was looking so good for Tundra, but Akashi comes in. And just, the arrows were everywhere, John. Everyone copped it.
Whirlwind, man, that damage is just insane, especially with the Gleipnir fully up. The procs everywhere, you've got the isolation, you get a really good front line as well here for Talon to play with WS just taking these aggressive plays that he loves to do on the Mars. A big factor here as well was that Jokam doesn't die, right? Like, they're playing under vision, they managed to get the jump first on that smoke play onto Ramses, nail the arena combination, have, again, these two tanky frontliners cop a lot of spells, and Jokam somehow manages to slip away while Ponyo provides a distraction on the side, giving Akashi the room to just whirlwind in. It's just ruinous for the side of Tundra. They need these auras to be up on Ramses.
That is a stupid amount of damage being pumped out from Akashi. It was just looking like such a lost team fight for Talon, but boy oh boy, just one hero shows up and everything changes immediately. But now Tundra, not to be outdone, they'll start to try and reclaim their side of the map. WS and Ponyo, they'll happily retreat. Thing is now, the net worth sitting at 9k the way of Talon makes it very hard for Tundra, especially with a draft like this where you want to be playing from in front. They'll TP everyone down towards the bottom side of the map, where they'll try for the Tormentor here on the Dire side, and they will secure here for Saksa. But in the meantime, of course, Talon, they'll just take the bottom tier 1 tower for free. There's just so much catching up to do now for the side of Tundra. Like, they're just going to sit back and relax for quite a while. Especially for Pure's sake, because that man is quite behind when it comes to the net worth department.
That he is, but again, you're playing with an NP and an Alchemist. Both of these heroes will just soak up that farm a lot faster than this Luna does. And I don't know if that investment's really paying off. I do appreciate that Ramses is going for the aura coverage that they are lacking on Tundra. He's got the pipe, he's going Crimson Guard, and that's going to really stall out Akashi's damage output here at the very least. But it still doesn't fix their fundamental control issue. Even if you survive the initial onslaught, I'm not sure how you deal with Arena Egg overall. I'm not sure if you have enough to burst Makoto.
Oh, I think Makoto's baiting here. His team is right behind with a big smoke out on Thompson. He was caught on the front lines. In fact, now a big arena from WS catching 3. Snowball will save for now, but the egg just going, and now the whirlwind out from Akashi, destroying everyone. Thompson's been caught. He'll try for the Sprout TP play out, but there's just no chance in hell. Talon finding another 3 targets. And they're feeling confident now as they'll go through the bottom tier 2 tower. Hell, they might even go to the tier 3 tower. Why the hell not?
And they've got that pushing pace with Makoto around. Not much Ramses and Pure can really do to stop this. And they've got Eclipse up, but again, how do you take these team fights, Ramses?
They've even found another Akashi. Had the Spidey senses tingling. Ramsey's still trying to fight this one out. He was kind of just left alone there for Akashi. He'll hand the tip over now. A bit of sweet, sweet revenge as Ramses just would not back off. And now the bottom racks is certainly set to go down. Back top lane, they found Pure. They have found Pure, though here comes Thompson, but you've got WS to help out, so Pure annihilated. Thompson, what can you do? The answer is nothing. Double kill for Akashi. Meanwhile, in the tire base, Saksa in huge trouble. Drinking Buddy's gonna help a little bit, but not too much, as now Whitemon also set to fall. Does go down, a full team wipe. More tips coming up from Akashi. That's the Filipino coming out at him, John. There it is.
That it is, the boy from Butuan giving the tips out. And very quiet here from our young player WS. Side of Tundra, again, they don't have a lot of play. Like, with an off lane out that didn't really pop off, going for the aura build, even with that survivability, how do you expect to fight into this? Like, 2 durable front lines, no real burst damage to speak of. Even the Ench is going to take a while to melt through as well. And you've got this Wind Ranger with so much movement and so much damage that you really don't have stable catch for. The answers are hard to find right now for the side of Tundra.
Bit of a chase. This looks like a very desperate chase here, as they are going to try on the edge, but there's just no chance of killing Ponyo. Makoto, he's a tanky boy. I don't think Makoto's dying that easily. And props to Tundra for trying to find at least a bit of a straggler, but Talon will not allow it. In fact, Talon are looking like they're setting up for a bit of a bait play. Ooh. Hoping someone farms the mid lane, and Ramses, he'll be the man to show up. They'll make the immediate jump in. Drinking Buddy's out, but the arena gonna lock both of them down. Whitemon with the snowball, he'll buy a little bit of time, and meanwhile Akashi right at the tier 4 towers. He could not give a crap, this man. The Wind Ranger just shredding everyone apart. There goes Thompson. There goes Ramsey's
Oh,
by the
Jing,
looks
what
of
the
it. He
fuck?
is gone, and GG is called. Talon will tie this series up 1-1.
That they do after a spectacular game one from Tundra, especially past around
Sama,
20
Jing,
minutes.
what the fuck?
Talon come back in game number 2. They correct their draft really well. They see the NP opener. They go with the DK mid this time instead of messing around with something like the Ricky mid. And all their lanes look pretty damn good. You were trading blows a little bit. You did lose first blood, but lane control was all set up. Akashi wasn't pressured at all. He hits his timings. You had Mikado being really active. That quick blink coming out from him. And
Directly towards the pit, XG will be greatly rewarded for the path they took on the smoke.
Analog.
Analog,
He's got plenty
wait.
of ways to get out of these
Wait.
open engagements.
Wait.
He's going to try and
Wrong
be
answer,
pesky and
Jing.
try and burn some more of these creep waves. So, going to blink to the north, and DY will do his duty as the pos 5 and walk in and see if he can spot out Roshan. As you
Anjing
see,
gede
the
di
big
bot,
man
ngentot,
is
ngentot.
available once again. So going to be another Rosh going the way
Dapat
of
sih.
Extreme. Heroic could contest this, but it looks like they want to try and put the pressure on these tier 3 towers first. K1 won't be able to take a tier 3 tower if they give up this.
Is it
Mereka
worthwhile
ngasih
for him?
alasan, bro.
He doesn't really know. He's actually
They wanna
TPing
fight.
top. They want to try to take the fight instead. But the rest
Oh,
of
this
his
is
crew
way
is
too
not in
slow.
position. Yeah. He throws in the bugs, but they're going to arrive just as the Roche has already been taken. I don't think they can take this fight. Analog does have a double damage though, so it could be very tempting. He jumps in onto
Banget, sakit banget.
XXX.
Nice.
The
Wah,
Visage is
anjing.
already
Sakit
blown
banget.
the hell up. XM trying to hold the backlines as he's looking towards Schofield and Analog,
Nice.
but instead there's going to be a Doom jumping in directly on his face. Divine Llama misses with the follow-up hookshot, but doesn't need it. They've already killed off this Void Spirit. Ame threw out the Requiem just as he has to watch DY die. Shinkyu, can he TP out? No, he cannot. K1 Hector is there with
Nice,
the
Jing.
Nightmare.
Gede gobel
So
Herrick
they
bro,
might not
ngentot.
grab the
Yang
Aegis,
sama
but they
Jing ini
definitely
seri, bro.
take the
What the
subsequent
fuck?
fight. 4 heroes dead. Heroic.
Told you, man.
Back on top here in game 2.
I'm a washed up, bro.
Yeah, I thought their decision making was just a little bit off there for Heroic, but they committed to the bit, and sometimes that's all it takes in Dota, right? Is just making sure that everybody is wholeheartedly in the same kind of character when it comes to committing to a fight like this. And I thought
Oh,
this is probably not going to be a good time, but you can just see the damage they put in onto XXS. Analog with this DD rune, and this is a perfect opportunity for Heroic to continue this fight, because with these spread out fights, it means that their high mobility cores are also hard to try and deal with. It is really only Arman that does a lot of this damage right now.
Dapat lagi.
Ame did his best. XM getting the drag back onto the sniper middle. It's going to be Schofield dying. Remember in the draft we were talking about how annoying support sniper can be?
Yeah.
And then you killed him, then you start smiling and you're like, oh wait. Just a support mate, whatever.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I spent all that time and effort trying to take down a sniper, and that's the problem that they had in that previous fight as well, right? They expended all of these resources to take down some of these other heroes, and it's just K1 and Analog who were just like, okay, sweet, we're just going to keep running around this fight. You can see that the K1 is still on this train of, I just need to make sure that I can survive for as long as possible. You
Yeah,
control
right,
from
guys.
Manta as well. So you've got Manta, Lincolns, and BKB to deal with all of this catch.
And he's building Butterfly as well. There's no MKB in tow just yet for Ame. So K1 Hector's idea is if I just don't die, we win these fights.
Beli shark doang anjing,
I
K1
think Arme needs to
ngentot.
try
Mau
and
beli shark, Jing.
potentially have another
Anjing itu
repositioning
kayaknya
tool.
washed up banget
I
sekarang
mean,
ngentot. Kayak nggak bisa apa-apa Jing di fight tadi
it's just
juga
hard
kayak
for him right now because he kind of
bego
needs all
banget
of the
gitu.
slots to
Kayak
utilize
maju.
the damage that he has.
Terus
But
itu kelar
I
udah
really feel
balik
like
anjing.
he, in that previous fight, just had the issue of just not being able to stick close to anybody. And obviously having a team fight that starts not on your terms is never good for extreme gaming, especially when XXS is kind of one of the only guys that has a little bit of lockdown for them. Yes, they've got like a concoction and stuff like that, but they need to make sure they can keep these heroes in the spaces that that Armin wants to fight in. So that's the next problem to solve here for Extreme, whereas Heroic, I think they realised after that last team fight how strong they actually are in this full 5v5.
You know,
Kan bisa
looking at
begitu
this Visage,
bangsat.
it's been a long time since a Visage has felt this squishy to me when I watch it in the game.
Yeah.
Normally it feels like this unkillable behemoth that you have to deal with, but more often than not, they've been targeting XXX first and actually succeeding in killing him. It's kind of worrying for the later game prospects. But he still has
Tapi jangan
time.
mati
Still
ya.
time to recover, more levels to pick up.
Especially when he has a lot of these auras as well. So taking him down just means those auras are out of the fight. And not only is a full hero,
Hari.
as I said, the auras. So Heroic doing a really, really good job of just prioritizing the way they want to go. So I mean, at this point, once this butterfly comes out, I don't really see K1 being all too scared. I think the biggest thing for me as well is Analog is building this right-click damage as well. We've seen quite a lot of times where this phase shift puck has just been able to transition into one of those right-click cores. Got the Maelstrom now as well, got the Witchblade, going to go into the Aghanim Scepter to just mean that all of this damage is just going to be thrown through absolutely everybody. You just have to kind of go focus on some of these other heroes. You can kind of just kill them with some of this innate damage that goes around to the party.
Wait, dapat Jing? What the fuck?
He did. That was crazy. It actually goes the way of K1.
Wait,
And look where
K1
K1 is. While they're doing this, he's down bottom. Or
Wow,
down in the top.
anjing, dapat Jing, what the fuck?
Tier 3 already at less than half HP. Ah, man. This game must feel so frustrating.
Wow,
You
man.
have an Aegis
Dia
until
pusing
you have a
parah,
super strong SF. But you can't even kill a Tormentor, let alone start pushing into the high ground.
Yeah, this is the problem that we said with the draft as well, right? We looked at Extreme, and again, they just don't have that kind of same lockdown that we're expecting out of some of these other teams. You look at Heroic, yes, they've only really got a Tusk, but they've got to do. Blink and the War Stomp is just as good as like a Centaur. So it is some of those scenarios where Extreme are really starting to put some of these drafts forward where we touched on it at the top of the broadcast, right? There's not that much wiggle room, guys. Like, you only have 3 best of 2s to play in your group stage, and then it's a best of 3 for seeding, and then if you're in the lower bracket, you could just be out of TR. Like, that could be your road done. And you need to try and figure things out. It seems like Extreme are trying to go for these drafts that don't really have the same kind of lockdown as some of the others.
They're smoked up right now, hoping that somebody from Extreme will emerge into the mid lane. And oh no, it's XM. It's XM. That's the last person, but he got off the dissimilate. Not gonna get doomed up just yet. Divine Llama forced into Poppy VKB, having taken a lot of damage so far. He needs to get bailed out of here. K1 Hector providing cover by right-clicking onto Shin-Q and DY, both of whom are almost already dead. DY goes first, Shin-Q losing HP, and so is XXX. Look at this Weaver go from K1 Hector. Divine Llama gets dragged back to safety by the drinking buddies. Shin-Q assassinate, doesn't kill him off. Analog will do the trick instead, but at the same time, Analog is now stuck on the high ground. He gets stunned up and killed. Ame is now on a triple kill.
Dia nggak mau doom Jing,
He somehow found a way to just lay out the damage. They were sort of ignoring him in that fight, trying to go for the supports, trying to go for the Visage. Turned out to be a mistake, Fluke. Focus Ame before he can eviscerate your team.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Dota it comes down to sometimes, right? It is just, I think he was like 3 or 4 pixels away from hitting that War Stomp onto XM. If he hits that War Stomp on XM, dooms him, fight's over, right? Like, they're not going to be able to do what they have been able to do in that previous fight, because XM is just able to kind of skirt around the rest of the fight and deal with it that way. And as soon as Ame is able to just kind of stand and do a lot of this damage, things start to get scary, because Heroic, they didn't want to walk up to the high ground, and once again, they're going to try and end the game here. They still have buybacks, and they've got plenty of ways trying to deal with this, but DJ just goes down. KJ, unfortunately for him, doesn't have the HP.
Back in 5 seconds, K1 Hector going in right now, but K1 losing a lot of his HP at the moment. Hasn't yet popped any of his BKBs because he hasn't. Again, in 5 seconds, they're ancient, they're just going for the throne. There's too much damage. It's the Visage Familiars, it's the right click from the SF, it's the presence of the Dark Lord. Oh my god, Extreme Gaming, they just did it again, Fluke. They did it again.
What? Oh. I did not think that with 10 seconds left on these heroes respawns and buybacks, that they would just say, fuck it, we are going to kill this ancient. They stood there, XXS, I don't think that he did anything else but right click the ancient and take his hand.
Wah, anjing, itu apa
that was
banget, Jing.
insane.
Halo,
I cannot believe that they just did that 2 games in a row to Heroic. 2 in a row! Oh, K1 went 14, 0, and 9, and he lost. Like, what?
K1 died once in the best of 2. Once.
And he lost.
And he lost, bro. And he lost.
What
How is this even
fuck,
possible? Man, poor K1 Hector. And the thing is, Extreme Gaming did the same thing twice. You win 1 crucial fight, and then 3 minutes later the game is over. How do you do that twice? Who's the head of fortitude to make that call?
Gue tuh kalau masalah kayak gini ya sih, anjing.
If we don't go and end it right at this very moment, we'll probably end up.
Gue tuh kalau masalah kayak gini nih, gue sial jing. Emang gak bakat gue. Taruhan tuh gak bakat anjing. Wah ngentot itu gak jelas jing. Wah kacau bro. Wah taruhan gak bakat emang gue. Wah ngehe anjing. What the fuck? I lost bro, shit. Wah, the fuck man. Gak banget jing. Taruhan gak bakat jing. Kagak bakat taruhan tuh. Kagak bakat. Jadi malas nonton gue anjing. Alhamdulillah. Tunggu banget seru guys.
A bit surprised. We know you the best. All of the settings you need have already been taken care of by our agents.
All set. Escalating to 18.
Background music seems to be drowning out the dialogue. Just about equal.
At your house.
Whatever you need. Our NQ8 AI Gen 3 processor does it all.
Ako kinuha niya yung dalawang iron. Sino panalo GG versus 1 win? 2-0 yung GG tol.
Does have has what we need to win. It could be amazing for a couple of Nemo. It's their first TI. I think we can do it. I honestly feel pretty confident going into this.
Oh, beautiful piece between Nomad and Gun.
Oh,
A slightly different roster, of course, for Nouns there, but just how far they made it, and now how good this team is looking coming into this TI. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted because Jenkins has had a little bit of an outfit change for the Nouns series. Is that what this is for your NA friends and brothers?
No, I changed shirts. I had a different shirt on, so. But
Okay,
yeah, I'm really excited
cool.
to see the series. I think Nouns versus BB Team will be great. I've really enjoyed watching BB Team at previous tournaments. I think they've kind of dispelled the myth that they're this like tilting team. They've looked really good. They haven't won a tournament yet, but they've always consistently done extremely well. They're a power roster.
What's extremely well? Like what's?
They got 4th in Fissure, they got 5th through 6th in Riyadh, and they got 3rd in Dream League. I mean, these are nothing to scoff at.
Berapa minggu yang lalu gue buat video ini. Bang, bahas Willy Salim bang. Kayaknya dia baru kapok dan jerah kalau lu yang kasih paham. Menarik. Tapi mari kita lakukan dengan cara Willy Salim kalau gitu. Oke, kalian lihat subscriber gue 950.000. Gue bakal bahas Willy Salim ketika subscriber ini sampai 1 juta. Jadi, kalau kalian mau gue bahas Willy Salim, silahkan subscribe dulu. Lu bayangin kalau ada yang buat second account cuma pengen Willy Salim dibahas. Lucu banget. Salam kenal Willy Salim. Dan sebagai intro pertama, gue cuma mau ngasih tahu mau subscriber lu 100 juta, 200 juta, 300 juta, mau follower lu 800 juta. Nggak ada yang ngerasa bangga. Nggak ada. Tapi kita bahas nanti aja lah. Selamat siang. Semoga harimu bahagia. And I'm man of my word. Karena gue udah janjiin kepada kalian semua dan sekarang udah 1 juta subscriber, maka udah saatnya kita membahas soal Willy Salim.
Kak, aku mau borong semuanya kak. 1 Indomaret sampai kosong semuanya.
Oke, sebelum panjang lebar, gue agak terkejut juga ya dalam 1 minggu video itu dibuat. Kan waktu itu dibuat 950.000 subscriber ya. Nah dalam 1 minggu itu pertumbuhannya 30.000 subscriber. Terus gue wonder gitu, energi gibah kalian ternyata setinggi itu ya. 30.000 subscriber dalam 1 minggu tanpa giveaway, tanpa uang, motor, mobil, handphone. Kalian sukarela atau bahkan bikin second account cuma untuk subscribe channel gue, cuma untuk dengerin orang lain digibah. Itu bukan sesuatu yang menyenangkan sih. 30.000 orang pengen denger lu gibahin, gila.
I need you more than ever. You are three.
Mana guys, sampai mana gua?
Ini bukan gue buat untuk menjelek-jelekan, menjatuhkan, atau menyerang personality ataupun pribadinya Willy Salim. No, gue bukan orang yang akan melakukan sesuatu seperti itu. Gue nggak benci sama Willy Salim, gue nggak kesal sama Willy Salim, gue nggak emosi sama Willy Salim, dan gue nggak ada dendam sedikit pun sama Willy Salim. Justru video ini gue buat karena
gue senang guys. Senang guys, saya senang guys. Saya senang. What the fuck? I lost, bro. What the fuck is that?
You really got to pick a hero. You got 10 seconds left. You better pick your hero. 5 seconds. Your turn to pick.
Jadi free dede dong. Pakai ada silencer segala anjing. Free dede dong ini guys. Pakai ada silencer segala, gimana dah? Emang ngalah aja lah, males gue berantem anjing, ribet. Udah gue masuk pop. Walaupun nggak support banget sih.
I speak for the trees. Naturally.
What are we here for again? Trying to help these guys win a game. Win the game?
By my
Right, yeah.
bark.
Okay.
So I go. Come. Leaving.
All according to plan.
On my way. To all my cubs and kindred, it is most definitely in the bag. En route.
30 seconds to game start.
Uproot the foe. In green, I go. Nature warriors of the wood.
Hey, are we not gonna get this case? Only one?
Battle's about to go.
Okay.
The season arrives.
Is this AFK or what? What the fuck?
Go AFK, go AFK.
Okay.
My hidden paths. Yes. With a wad. In sylvan shade.
Oh jeez, Radiant's courier just got killed.
Apa?
Through shady lanes. Go green. No. Leaving. So I go. On my way. Naturally. Uproot you. By my shaggy bark. By hidden paths. With a wild spirit.
First blood. Thanks and have fun.
First blood, last words. Yes. In sylvan shade.
My favorite customer.
Through shady lanes. Yes. Nature calls. Crunchy. Ah, the sun in my leaves. In green, I go. Ah! En route. Come to me. So I go. Out of moment. My hidden paths. Very with what I am dealing with. Wild is my way. Through shady lanes.
Go, bro. Go.
Naturally.
Monkey coming.
Oh, that's for us. In green, I go.
Worthy tribute.
With a wild spirit. With me. You almost had your calls. No!
You hurt the ones you love.
Ah, the sun's pale sister shines upon my leaves. On my way. By my shaggy bark. In sylvan shade. Leaving. Pull roots and run. Yes.
First.
En route. Nip in the bark. Branch out. Yes. Through shady lanes. With me. I'm entitled to a rematch. Leaving.
Middle is missing.
By my shaggy bark. Nature's wrath upon you. With a wild spirit. In green, I go. Nature calls. Come to me. Naturally. Greetings, my friend. In sylvan shade.
Killing spree.
That snip. On my way. So I go. My hidden paths.
Oh jeez, your top tower's under attack! Come on, get with it!
Middle is missing.
Yes.
Double damage.
Yeah.
Damn it. Double kill.
I answer the one.
Your bottom tower's under attack! Looks like dire structures are fortified!
Nice one on you.
By my shaggy bark.
Can you help both guys?
My youth and live.
Smart soalnya ini.
Oh yeah, your bottom tower's under attack.
Ah. What golden attack?
You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good. 40, bottom tower under attack. Oh!
On my way. Naturally. Mage come! My hidden paths. In green, I go. With a wild spirit.
Sisters of the Veil honor your dead.
Oh, your bottom tower's under attack. You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good. 40, bottom
You might
tower
want
under
to kiss your
attack.
bottom tower goodbye because it's gone.
Leaving. My thanks will come later when you leave. Yes.
Building at PHA.
Nature calls. So I go.
Hindi, di mapildihan na nag-jungle na nag-scrap tips.
Uproot you. Green wrath. In sylvan shade.
Tara na, Choy. Daog ni Choy.
In sylvan shade.
Ooh, your middle tower's under attack.
So I go. Nature calls. With a wild spirit.
A dominating performance.
Beat of green. In green, I go. Haste. En route. Naturally. Gonna be a method. Through shady lanes.
Killing spree.
Warriors of the wood. The seeds of fortune. On my way.
Man, you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their structures.
Yes. I'll just take a cut. Yes. Leaving. My hidden paths. Pull roots and run.
You push out their lanes, bro, instead of going top. Hello. What is it?
En route. Yes.
I can help there, I have no TP.
Illusion.
By the wilds.
Losing my voice.
Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing
Radiant
Dota 2.
just fortified their
Double kill.
structures.
You big stupid fights, man.
The enemy's bottom tower. It's gone. We did it. Your top tower's under attack. Oh, Dire, you gotta fortify them, their structures. Good work. Your top tower's under attack.
Nature calls.
Killing spree.
You gotta get serious. Top tower's under attack.
Hear myself think.
Oh, jeez, Rick. The top tower's getting hit.
In green, I go.
Oh, come on. The middle tower's under attack.
Oh, what a mess.
So I go.
Morty, middle tower. You might want to look at it.
Oh, middle tower's under attack.
Yeah.
Dominating, I guess.
With a wild spirit.
Oh boy, your top tower's under attack.
Oh, your top tower's under attack.
Oh jeez, your top tower's as good as done.
Leaving. Through shady lanes. Yes. Yes. With me. My hidden paths.
Oh, yeah, your bottom tower's under attack.
In green, I go.
We win, Clash, don't cry. What the fuck?
So I go. Nature. I'm up
Killing
here.
spree.
See, the forest.
Worthy tribute.
I sprout anew. With a wild spirit. Nature's way. By my shaggy bark. With a wild will. For the trees. Oh.
A dominating performance.
cry about it.
Oh jeez, middle tower's under attack!
Is it spring already?
Oh, middle tower's under attack.
Yup, yeah, boys, brother. You on here.
Limber.
I'm set for you already.
Mega kill.
Dapat. Yeah, we can kill them. What are you so afraid of?
The wild is calling. En route. Through shady lanes. En route. Yeah.
Ooh, let me tell you that Roshan, he just delivered a bunch of goodies to the Radiant!
By hidden paths. Nature calls.
Invisibility.
In sylvan shade. On my way.
They're unstoppable? If you were a millennial, I'd say wicked sick.
Naturally. Yes.
Oh, the enemy's top tower's fallen!
Warriors of the wood.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Oh man!
Oh boy, your middle tower just really took a big crap.
Oh jeez, your middle
Monster
tower's
kill.
under attack!
Mega kill.
Madness.
Oh jeez, your middle tower's under attack!
That force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified their structure. Oh, middle tower's under attack. Ooh, your middle tower's under attack.
Middle is missing. I do not care to see that dark gray place uprooted. In green.
40, middle tower. Might want to look at it.
Middle tower's under attack! Oh man, your middle tower just got destroyed!
For retreat! So I go. With a wild will. Pull roots and run. By my shaggy bark. Power wells up from within. By my shaggy bark. By hidden paths. Natural.
They're unstoppable.
Your bottom tower's under attack!
True. So I go.
Oh, your bottom tower's under attack!
Your bottom tower is gonzo, baby!
En route! With me!
Whoa! They just killed Radiant's courier!
I am glad to leave that place. Through shady gum. Leaving. In green, I go.
Worthy tribute.
With a wild spirit.
Bro, you're a fucking side. You're an adult already. Act like it.
Nature calls. I'm under attack.
Killing spree.
Fit for a queen.
Godlike.
Morty, you're not gonna like this. The top tower is under attack.
Goodness.
Oh,
Double kill.
Sheesh.
Exactly.
Morty, you're not gonna like this. The top tower is under attack.
Oh, sheesh. Your top tower just got turned into trash.
What happened? Axe happened. The glens are
Your top
calling.
tower is under attack.
On my way. Come.
Your top tower is under attack. Oh, top tower. Loved it. I loved it. Your top barracks are under attack.
Well, you don't have any top barracks anymore.
Watch out, your top barracks are getting
Your top
hit.
barracks? Yeah, they're
that's not
gone
good.
now. Oh, that's trouble.
Nature called. I woke within the seed and saw my destiny, and many were its branches. I woke within the seed and saw my destiny, and many were its branches.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, jeez, middle tower's under attack. Great, your middle tower, you can't use that anymore. It's gone. Oh, 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 oh. They're coming after your middle
Your
barracks.
middle barracks just got wiped off the face of the map.
No.
Oh boy, Morty, middle barracks are gone.
Your bottom tower's under attack.
Yes.
Si orang marah-marah, mulu ngetot lain parah anjing. Emang udah gak bisa guys. Biar yang ini menurut gue lumayan kayak data ini.
There they go.
Hey, more, there's no bottom there.
Double kill.
Oh, come on! The middle tower's under attack!
Gua gak main mid sih, ngetok.
According to plan, death at my
Oh, middle tower's under attack. You know, Morty, it sometimes feels like they don't even care. Morty.
Imagine life without me is a waste of time. You want the kind of love that can make a child, or just anybody. Good love fill my body up like a glass when you pour it all out. If you know me, you know I mind. Someone like me is hard to find. No mistaking if I am there, well aware you are always mine. And still you seem so surprised. Always gonna be mine. Wanna be where you are. I just can't walk away. You drive me crazy. I lose that. And I wanna be where you are. I just can't walk away.
Oh, Tire's carrier just got killed.
I lose that.
Imagine me circling through life without a piece of you. Tapping out of
Oh, Dire, you gotta
something
fortify them, their
needing you.
structures. Good work.
You bring life to the party. Good love feels like butterflies suffocating your insides. It's a late night, you know I'm trying. I cannot picture when you ride. I'm mistaken, thinking you were taking, knowing that you were always mine. And still I feel so surprised. You're always gonna be mine.
Man, you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their structures.
Tire's top tower's under attack. Dire's top tower's under attack.
Rarely ever missing, talk is cheap and time is ticking. Rarely ever tricking, catch me slipping, that pussy was leaking. All my missions, paying millions, I'm Teddy Biasi. LA night, I'm sinning, still a Christian, I'm telling my deacon. I mean, pass the oil down and
You know how much stuff he was carrying?
Around 6-7 bitches with no tension. See, I'm pimping. Big 4-5 my hip, like I'm limping, never simping. When my cousins crippin', always gripping, shit get dangerous. Always keep it playable, swallow hoes, never tripping. I love my mother, my sister, my daughter. All these hoes get slaughtered, can't mind, pray tell the father.
Prime EG, before they became like Shopify, when they were just absurdly good in the laning phase. Like, when you just knew for a fact, you're laning against these guys, the first 10 minutes are lost. It's about how you recover the game thereafter. They're so good at this phase of the game.
Yeah, big positive for Falcons as well, as they also have that, you know, that owie Tundra kind of mindset about how they want to team fight and play together. They had to win them the TI a few years ago, so that in combination with the laning phase is such a scary prospect.
They have a fight right now in the river. 7E is in trouble. Oh, he gets bounced onto the high ground. This could actually save his life. He drops a stone so the magnetized burns onto Snake King, but he just wants to get out of here. Oh my goodness, the rolling boulder, 1 second off cooldown. Doesn't come back fast enough and he ends up dead. Now Malrine going up onto the high ground, finding Ponlo, who was given some living armor.
Out 3, I guess, on the map, but so few people on G2IG being revealed and Lasso still being available. It was just far too deep. So they get a tower, they'll open up the map a little bit for themselves. At least this means that they can feel free to play a bit more on the top side of the map, because bottom side feels kind of like a wasteland right now. You know, there's no tier 2 tower to be able to play with. There's no vision that they've got outside of one, I guess just one observer ward to be able to play around with, but it doesn't exactly provide them with most.
I sit down from no one. I was able to pop the smoke, scouts out that movement from the Sven along with the Wind Ranger, and I will give them time, at least information, to be able to find the Tormentor as well. I believe Shard, who did that go to? Went to Kataomi.
Even just like Bobuka's farming patterns right now, he's taken a lot of the jump, and I feel like the cores are still far enough behind that they desperately need that for themselves. He's looking to build into an Axe, and it's going to help. Like it's like semi-team fight, I guess you could say, considering you're, you know, Lasso 2 instead of 1, but it's going to be a long time until he gets there. Yeah, he's switched off for an Aether lane, which I'm totally on board with. Like, he just needs to be playing as deep as possible. Stay away from the Disruptor, basically, is the name of the game for him, because that's the main person that's going to be able to catch you out without expending too much in the form of cooldowns.
Might be time to go again for Cloud9. So bearing online, starting to huddle together. They've got some pretty decent wards. Still the cliff ward by the secret shop. You got a very deep one down to the south of the map. And maybe we'll scout them, you know, a farming rotation, but see where they look to try and go with the smoke from them.
Show the MSN, get back here, give me the smoke. What are you doing? There you go. That's the smoke kiss from Kataomi. That's bad. We're going to walk into here. That's the person that you do want to get caught out.
Oh jeez, Morty, they're going after Tiger's bottom tower.
They're going to be up in 45 seconds. It's not the worst death. Could have possibly shut out that lane a little bit quicker, but
those little rascals are hitting Dyer's bottom tower. Oh great, Dyer's bottom tower.
I'm hunting some of those cores though, Kataomi. Ron gets in the blink, nothing says
Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
To be a pretty valuable kill as Monade's going to try and charge in the middle, but the Static Storm gives an opportunity for the Doom to be laid down, and now no one with the counter. Lands the Wukongs, he's in some danger, but once the boys show up, Watson goes uncontested again with the Lina, showcasing her raw damage output and nothing to say. He'll be chased down to the end of the earth.
Middle tower is under attack!
Get a glimpse of him, ducks in the trees of the TPR, he'll actually be okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Double kill.
I'm sorry. Did you say
Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill. Killing spree. More than 2 kills, but less than 4 kills.
It's underneath the observer ward, so yeah, it's going to give Provoker an opportunity to be able to jump on forward, but the beacon is still available. No one wants to turn with nothing to say up on the high ground.
Radiant's
As the
bottom
sniper
tower
look
is
up the
under
damage
attack.
output. Number one wants to jump over the top, gets close to the sniper, making it very difficult for nothing to say to feel free to right click.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower.
Nate's not going to enter. Let's see what the win rage is able to output. Locks onto the Lina, but it's not going to be enough in the end. They will pay some respect with the BKB expiring, almost able to get the glimpse
Dia
back.
masih muda, punya jangkauan seluas itu, punya reach seluas itu, dan punya subscriber atau follower sebanyak itu. Sayang kalau potensinya terbuang sia-sia, makanya video ini gue bikin gitu. Jadi kepada teman-teman semua juga gue harus ingetin, kita jangan sampai segitu jahatnya atau segitu kesalnya sama konten kreator tapi permisif sama koruptor, jangan gitu. Mau gimana pun jeleknya konten Willy Salim atau mau gimana pun cringe-nya beliau menurut pandangan kalian atau mau setidak suka apapun kalian kepada dia, tetap aja sampai detik ini, sejauh ini dia bukan kriminal, dia nggak nyuri uang orang lain, dia tidak merugikan orang lain, dia tidak mengambil hak hidup orang lain. Nah, ini yang harus kita pahami bersama. Jadi dalam konten ini gue akan memberi kritikan, memberikan masukan, memberikan penjelasan, evaluasi, dan juga apresiasi. Jadi mari kita mulai. Oke, kita mulai dari hal yang baik-baik dulu. Setiap manusia pasti ada lebih dan kurang ya, baik dan buruk. Begitu juga dengan Willy Salim. Willy Salim di mata gue punya beberapa kelebihan yang mungkin bisa kita contoh atau bisa kita aplikasikan atau bisa kita seenggaknya apresiasi apa yang dia lakukan. Pertama yang gue sadar banget tentang Willy Salim adalah dia ini punya awareness soal menjaga data pribadi dan privacy dengan ukuran seorang konten kreator yang punya puluhan juta subscriber dan follower lah. Kita akan sangat sulit untuk menemukan data personalnya dia, menemukan keluarga dia, menemukan latar belakang dia, menemukan hal-hal yang sifatnya pribadi tentang Willy Salim sendiri. Artinya nih anak sadar kalau hal-hal seperti itu bukan sesuatu yang bisa dia bagikan ke publik. Jadi kalau lu mau nyari orang tua Willy Salim namanya ya sulit gitu loh. Terus lu mau nyari di mana persisnya dia sekolah juga sulit. Kebetulan karena gue mau buat konten soal dia, jelas gue melakukan riset dan jelas gue menemukan sesuatu. Tidak akan gue bagikan kepada teman-teman. Gue cuma mau bilang ya kalau dia bukan orang yang bodoh, dia berasal dari sekolah yang luar biasa bagus, luar biasa terkenal, dan sangat kecil kemungkinan sekolah itu melahirkan alumni yang bodoh gitulah. Kasarnya begitu. Jadi ya masuk akal kalau Willy Salim bisa mencapai apa yang dia capai sekarang, dan masuk akal juga dia punya kesadaran privacy dan personality seperti sekarang. Dan ini seharusnya kita contoh bersama ya, karena memang oversharing itu bisa menghasilkan resiko yang luar biasa untuk diri kita. Lu udah harus tahu mitigasinya, langkah-langkahnya, dan perlindungan atas data pribadi lo. Seenggaknya kita bisa belajar dari Willy Salim soal itu.
My favorite customer.
I'm sitting here with Makoto to find out. Makoto, welcome to the International. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good. So obviously you're somewhat new to this team. You've come in somewhat recently, and yet you're also the only player on the team that has done the International before. So how does that kind of work within the team?
It's very different than before because I'm used to be like a junior, like compared to my other teammates. But then now I become like maybe like the second oldest in the team, and then it's just like a new experience also for me.
So how have you kind of adapted to that? You know, are you kind of more of a teacher, a leader than you were in your previous teams?
Not really. I'm just like a quiet guy, and then like I didn't talk that much either in the game, and then but also the Rosra, I think they are all very chill. They are very friendly, so it's not hard for me to adjust to them.
So the vibes in the team, you know, what are they like? Is it good?
They're good. They're very good kid. I mean, like they're just being, you know, like a normal human.
Normal humans. That's good to hear. So obviously in the past you've been coached by Sunbi, who's a big coach in the region. Now you're under the coaching of Pilai Dai. So what's Pai like as a coach, and how does he compare to Sunbi?
I feel like they are quite similar, but also different in the same way. Like I would say Pilai is more chill than Sunbi, but the Sunbi, he know what he want in the game, so he just like directly say it to the player. He say it like in the very friendly way.
So what's the kind of vibe like between you and Aurora? Because obviously you know the players very well. So what's your relationship with them like?
We're very close with them. Like I still talk with 23 or even Jabs, like or even Q. Like we are very close. We still friends at all.
Very nice, very nice. So what would it be like if you were to have to play them in the playoffs?
It was gonna be, I think it was, for me, it's gonna be fun. Like, especially meeting your ex-teammate and then just meeting your friend in the tournament, it looks fun.
Absolutely. And who would win?
Talon.
That's good. That's good. So, how does this TI compare to your last TI? You know, how does it feel coming into it?
I think I would say I'm more relaxed compared to the last two TI. Like, maybe I just like having more experience, and then like and also like the vibe in the roster now quite different than the last year, because last year we have so many expectations, so I feel like we pressure ourselves. But now I feel like we just gonna play our best and then like do hope for the best. Yeah.
I see. So you're feeling a bit more free this time. Yeah, that's nice. So what's your biggest strength as a team, and what's your biggest weakness as a team?
Biggest strength on the team, I'm very good at laning phase maybe, and then but my weakest probably I don't talk that much either. I don't communicate like openly. Yeah.
Looking at the other teams in the tournament, then who do you think is the strongest?
For now, I would say GG or Team Liquid.
Okay, that's interesting. So, I mean, obviously they both did very well in the last tournament, but you know, Falcons were stronger throughout the year. So, why do you think Falcons have been overtaken?
Maybe just like they're very different team compared to like GG or Liquid. Their playstyle quite different. They focusing more on like Marine, and then like also the Skitter. He's like a very aggressive carry player. So, I think people are just not used to it. Like, it's hard to like adapt to them.
Alright, so obviously as a mid laner, who are you most looking forward to playing against at mid?
I think Maureen, because I never meet him like in... Oh, actually I met him in Tundra, but last year, but it was so long time ago. But
yeah.
I don't have much experience playing against him, so it's quite interesting, I think.
Alright, we're looking forward to that one for sure. And finally, Mikoto, what would it be like if you did end up being the first SEA team to hold the Aegis and win the International? How would that feel for you?
Obviously, gonna feel great, and then maybe just feel happy, and then, yeah.
Alright, awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck at the International. Mikoto.
Thank you.
And they're not done. They get a glimpse of Nate stepping a little bit too far forward. He used the BKB, so use the buyback prior. He's got the BKB at least now, but there's nothing. Nothing left in the tank, no damage at all. This is Cloud9's home now.
No one's just going in. No fear in the world. Using that nullifier to be able to pick up the sniper. No buyback.
GG.
No G2IG.
What a performance.
They played into their hands perfectly, right? They did crush mid lane as hard as they possibly could. They didn't go anywhere near as much in the offlane. Getting forced onto those two relatively squishy ranged heroes, and big smiles on no one in particular. Takes a sip of that morning coffee. It's still gamer hours, what, midday or so up in Copenhagen, and I feel like they just kept trying to teamfight when teamfight is something that Cloud9 had in spades.
Yeah, without a doubt. Look, what do we look for in this draft now for G2IG? Because it really felt like they had no ability to make any plays across the map. We always spoke a little bit about they couldn't shove out the lanes for one, which was when they tried to make a play, we saw it was just very easy for Cloud9 to be able to read. But then, again, you're waiting 15 minutes or so for your position for Blink. So that means that we saw Cloud9 be able to take a little bit of the map, get some kills, get some objectives. And then when you got the Batrider Blink, your sniper was difficult to play with, your Wind Ranger was difficult to play with. Like, these heroes do very similar things. It's maybe a little bit different now because Wind Ranger is a bit more AoE damage with his passive. But regardless, they are still very similar. So do we just feel like we want to see next game G2IG just go for a draft that they can actually play Dota with and make some plays with?
it needed an identity, their draft. You know, it felt like they were all kind of on different pages doing different things. Bobica, if you're going to give him time to have the last pick, so you know that's the hero that's meant to kind of tie everything together for you. It didn't, and you know he was kind of left on his own. What would you even say? Like, Watson is the obvious pick, but am I biased? Fishman was kind of dominant that game.
Honestly, I was thinking about DM as well, but I don't know.
I feel like DM's game was pretty easy though, right? Like,
okay,
he just pressed his auras, you know, and he hit a good black hole at the end, but like, it wasn't the most complicated game for him to play for sure. Like, the laning stage was really good. I'll give him that. Him and Katomi did a great job.
I'm happy to give it to Fishman. I think, we saw that glimpse down to bottom with the. Who was it? The kill onto Monet or the sniper? Okay, thank you. Into the black hole, and then he denied himself. Then we saw mid lane as well, where the sniper was being super difficult onto the Monkey King. And then once he stepped over the high ground, we saw him being able to land that glimpse back and a great rotation out of the Lina, and it was just very frustrating overall. So I felt like Fishman had a great game, and honestly, they Cloud9. And this is kind of the Cloud9 that I'm expecting and hoping to continue to see, because I think this team, their ceiling is ridiculously high. They can just have a little bit of difficulty to perform at some LAN events. Like we've seen them at some of the online events look really solid. The 1W Spring where they came first, and there was a Fissure episode 2 where they came first, another online tournament where they came top 4. But then we've seen like Elite League Season 1, they had some difficulty, and then Riyadh was 9th to 12th. So this is still like, overall, when you look at it, this is still a team that hasn't been together for too long of a time, but you have Estini coming through as well. Estini was like, it seemed like he got a lot of praise after Noun's run at last year's TI, and when he joined Entity or Cloud9, a lot of people were very happy to see that. But this is the team that I think a lot of people are just waiting for them. They have the caliber to be able to have these good results. They're just waiting for them to get there. And this game showcases that they're on a good trajectory.
Yeah, for sure. And G2IG, they want to change course pretty damn quickly, because that was not a pretty showing coming through from them. Lanes didn't go how we were expecting. Movement wasn't how we were expecting. There was solo plays happening with no damage follow-up. It was just all over the place. So I just want to see the sort of gameplay that got them to this stage. I want to see some signature heroes, and I want to see a much more cohesive performance coming out from, it's meant to be China's year, dude, and I'm not quite seeing it right now from G2IG.
Yeah, not at the moment, but of course it is just early showings here with the road to the international third team. We'll see if they're going to be able to bounce back. First, a break. We'll see you guys very shortly.
He hasn't taken over the game. Like, we
I'm
haven't
here
seen
with no one or
from what we
new,
expected.
as it should
Maybe
be
just with
pronounced. Is that
how
right?
fast Malrine was playing.
Okay.
Skidder kind of got the
in
the agency to
English
just
speaking,
farm,
we
but
tend to say no one.
Haven't
yeah,
really seen
okay.
the presence from the next.
You prefer
roster.
no one. Where'd your name
On the
come
bright
from?
side,
by
now
the
that
way?
he is this farmed up, there is a not insubstantial amount of right-click damage available for him.
He's gonna.
And looks like he wants to also
He's
roll
gonna
into
die
a
anyway.
Hurricane Pike at some point too.
Yeah, he could have forced out a roar. You know?
Skeetos does have a lot of time to let his
Maybe
influence
they
be
didn't
known.
even
The
need
main
it.
problem he has to worry about still though is that Erica. If it's even farm between Erica and Skeeter, Erica wins that fight 100 times out of 100. He needs to outfarm him, and now they're going for crit. 7E kicks him back towards the rest of the team. Not that much damage so far, but eventually they slowly chunk away through the Snapfire, killing him off. Now that she's dead, the path potentially lays open to put some pressure onto the tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
Looks like they're going to try and fight it though.
They're not able to find it right
They
now.
are pump faking the Rolling Thunder. Amar and the gang
Something a casting job.
holding off on this right hand side. It's going to be an interesting fight.
Ah. What a lovely game of Dota 2. This is Dota 2. This is a match that you'd go into Overwatch and you'd find it. Then you realize it's a TI replay.
Tournament to be taken at the very least. Oh, Psyka's coming. Psyka is coming. It is not safe, boys. Get the hell out. Oh, Psyka, he does not steal the Tormentor at least. And he does use his BKB charge. So that's his 9-second charge gone. And Fly does get a free shot, so that's a big positive.
And it is. Thunderstrike to scout forward could be big. They're actually going for a smoke. They find an angle without that pipe up.
This could be the fight. This could be the fight. BBT. I mean, they're waiting for it. They're ready for the fight whenever. They'll hold the high ground. GPK on the low ground, but that's not really the target you want. Like, he's a very tanky boy at the moment. GPK pops the Dragon Form, looking to move in. Epicenter out from Gunner. They'll try for the DK, but he's got the Mage Slayer. He's just not dropping quick enough. They'll even drop a Static Storm on top, but Gunner's gone. Yuma, he will die to boot. They'll finally get GPK, but it's cost them 3 heroes. It's definitely not worth it at all. And in fact, GPK, he'll get tipped for being the first one to die. As is tradition.
Could have had a game with no one dying on BBT's side. Gives them a kill. Big kill for Nouns. That one kill gave them 790 gold. Half of what BBT gets for 3 kills. So, somewhat worthwhile. I mean, Silver Linings, it's their first kill. They've done it. They just need to do that 20 more times without dying.
Yeah. This is still better than Raygun's performance, by the way, at the Olympics, in case you saw that, Jonathan. You heard of Raygun?
I was so curious when you'd actually bring that Olympic performance up.
Oh, I've been very embarrassed the past month, Jonathan. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to bring it up, but you know, this is probably the perfect moment.
Oh yeah, this is. I wouldn't disagree. I think it's still better. I think you know, Nouns they had a draft idea. It's just the lanes didn't go as they'd expect. With this Ursa last pick from BBT for Saika. Worked out really damn well. The idea that Gunner had for his lane, just going for Burrow Strike Sandstorm, not going for the Stinger for a melee matchup, which is again understandable. There's an idea behind it that you don't really want to be within range of Saika anyhow, within range of an Ursa in a melee range matchup. But it also takes away your early presence there for Gunner. Your other lanes don't really get that running start either. Roshan number 2 to be taken for free by BBT. As Nouns are probably in no position to come in. 20k lead at 22 minutes, 20-1. Another Aegis. In fact, Cycle leaves the Aegis for GPK. I thought they were just going to leave it at this point, you know?
They could have. I mean, he could have just taken it, but he didn't want to drop the 1. That's all right. In fairness, Saika just doesn't need it. They gave it to GPK because he's the only one that's actually died in this game. Amazing. They're just trolling GPK.
Yeah. They literally just to prevent another death. You know, you don't want another increase, 100% increase here for Nouns under kill board. So GPK is covered now at the very least. Do we have any major item timings here? No, not quite yet. Yuma going for the Sanjin Yasha. Looks like he has Echo Saber almost done. Perhaps a smoke out from BBT. And I mean, it feels like they're 1 or 2 team fights away from just clearing out high ground at this point. You do have more auras out from Nouns. You've got the full Holy Locket plus the mech ready on Lellis. So there is some sustain true along with that fresh pipe on Gunner. So they can maybe sustain true some of the onslaught. Well, we'll have to see if it's enough. BBT, at least for their part, aren't finding anything with the smoke. They are playing on the right side of the map here now and hugging the fully controlled top area on the Radiant side, but high ground does begin in earnest now for BBT.
Here we go. Can they stop the push? It's not looking good. The GPK is looking to back off. So as much as they are leading right now, BBT are certainly still paying their respect towards Nouns. It is still high ground you are attempting. They'll try again in the mid lane. Gunner gonna remove himself from that scenario. In goes the Roshan banner, and that's gonna make life a lot easier for the side of BBT to just get rid of these this mid barracks. Tier 3 tower almost already gone. I mean, it's Nouns that have to make the jump in. There's no two ways about it. The question is it even gonna matter? Like, there's just a couple BKBs up now. Everyone's too tanky. It took them a very long time to even just find GPK on the DK last fight around. Nice deny from Gunner. That's a win. We got it. Very nice deny.
That'll change towards this game. He gets it again.
Oh, it's a double deny. It's a double deny. Yeah, that might be TI history. We've never seen that before.
We've also never done a 20-1. You know, I feel like that's a bigger point there, Mike. But no, that is fair.
I could have sworn we have. You and I definitely have. I can guarantee.
In TI.
John, we're the SEA casters, John. We've definitely seen those score lines. I guarantee.
Goodness. Yeah, we get them all.
Mid lane.
Smoke out here.
Oh boy. It's really that easy, John. It really is that easy.
It's the BKB4. What was that, Miro? Okay.
It's to send a message.
He was in smoke. They couldn't even see it pop.
He's sending a message, John. They'll see the replay. Miro jumps in. Who is he roaring? Apparently nobody. Yuma. He's the one who jumped in, and he is the one just getting destroyed. Miro, I mean, he's just tanking through all the damage that the gunner's providing. Like, the Axe is just healing him up. In they go for more. GPK finds a stun onto Fly. That's Fly dead. Gunner's trying to burrow strike out. He's gonna die to boot. Buyback from Fly, and the GG is called. They've seen it. I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it's... At some point, you've just got to call it. This game was over the 10-minute mark.
It really did feel that way. Again, the lanes here for Nouns just did not work out in any feasible form. Miero and Save just doing a lot of work with all of the reach they had, with cookie combinations, just getting aggressive early on. Then you had Saika in his lane as well, just running down Gunner and Lellis, and there was just no recovery. It feels like this Tinker, if you lose your tier 1 towers very early on, you're not going to be able to hit this faster timing to stall out the game, to stop the push, start to shove out yourself, and start to get work done. Again, historically, BBT has managed to take out Nouns consistently in this past year. Game 1 certainly showing the results of that research. We'll have to see if they can bounce back in Game 2 here.
We certainly will, John. We'll head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this Game 1.
We're going to try our best. I mean, Jenkins, you as a Noun supporter, quite obviously, any silver linings for them?
I think the one kill that they got was excellent. They did a good job with that. The double deny from Gunner also was kind of showing that, yeah, you can take you can kind of take the game and win the game, and you can also have 25 kill advantage on us and a 25k gold lead. But hey,
at the end of the day,
you can't take our buildings.
Only we can take our buildings.
They were very defiant. They stood by that one. We were wondering where Tinker might sit in this event. TI, how is he? Because 2 weeks ago, in a couple of other events leading up to this, massive priority in the support role there. Finally, we see it. I mean, it didn't take too long for us to see it, but I would say paired with the Disruptor, it just didn't really do much. This support combo for me was very lackluster, Winter.
I mean, it's not really fair this game, I felt, because they lost the lanes so hard. Disruptor plus Tinker, maybe the idea is Tinker is not a hero that provides you with catch, so they wanted a partner that has catch with Glimpse, but Disruptor is not the greatest in the lane.
Yeah,
and I feel like Tinker as a position 4 kind of feels like a 5, because you are buying all the team items, you're not really like doing damage, you're just mitigating a lot of damage.
But I feel like even Disruptor isn't guaranteed either. I think there were better 5s that could have guaranteed better lockdown or better catch that could have maybe paired more. So I think it's just the mix of the two in my mind.
They need a more stable lane, I felt like.
Okay.
Like Disruptor is not a stable lane.
I mean, we honestly just didn't see much of anything from Nouns this game,
yeah,
unfortunately. And I think it really comes down to play more than anything. They didn't pass the BB team test. For me, it's just like, this team is so good at laning stage.
I agree.
And if you lose all 3 lanes to this team, this is just how it's going to look. Heroes could be part of it, but it's mainly going to be play. They just kind of got outplayed this game. They did have the heroes to deal with it in some capacity. I feel like the Tinker against, maybe this is why they picked the Ursa I talked about, like he wants to get on top of the Sand King, burst him before that damage comes out. Tinker doesn't help too much against that as compared to having like a stun. So you lose that lane, you're obviously going to lose versus the DK versus Quap matchup. The Quap isn't going to win there. I thought they'd do a little bit better with the CK Disruptor lane, because that lane is honestly pretty strong. It should be in theory, but unfortunately no luck there either. They just lost all 3 lanes, and against BB team, that's the one thing you don't want to happen, because they're just so good at snowballing games.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, I thought then there still could have been a possibility of coming together as a 5 and trying to get a pick off. It's not like, you know, BB team, sure, they're really good at lanes, but we've also seen them time and time again kind of fall back into still wanting to farm up. They don't always necessarily just...
Probably where his over goes on point, his usage of living armor to always frustrate the push, right? Keep the map in where it was, so they could play with that freedom that you mentioned.
I don't know, they're already down.
Bounty, nature, crack. Go into light.
speed's not going to be as effective. You've got great scaling capabilities. Techies, no one really seems to be picking it right now, so you're not that. Clockwork, huh? Okay. Little low on damage, I still got to say, and I feel like you can continue to get bullied in the lane. Maybe it's a Bobica Shadow Demon 4 and a X-Nova Clockwork 5 and a Wind Ranger 1. I could see that working, although into the Centaur, Wind Ranger doesn't exactly feel the greatest.
Yeah. Maybe it's
Favorite
a little bit better with the new facet, but even then it's still going to prove to be a pretty big issue, so...
And just everyone buys Blade Mail. And then you just die.
Cool ultimate, bro. What are you going to do? Just right click? All right. Cool. So, yeah, they still believe in the win rate. I mean, you just lost one game. It's nothing crazy. But again, 1-8 has been picking this a lot, and we've seen nothing to say play it previously. But again, really want to see some other heroes and other ways to make plays. And definitely would say the Clockwork is able to do so. The Shadow Demon can be a little bit more as a playmaker. I mean, you really depend on other heroes as well. And there's the Phoenix. I mean, this is a hero you're asking for, right?
It's a good hero. I feel like a lot of people have forgotten this, but it's TI time and people are going to remember. We haven't seen any Tiny either. I think maybe... No, the nerfs won't too much. I think people are just used to seeing him be giga busted. So he'll come back eventually once we get to the stages where the games start to drag on a little bit further. Once, people remember that repositioning is a really good tool to be able to have. High amount of burst damage. I can see it working.
I mean, so pretty goddamn good Timbersaw game. A lot of strength heroes. You can say eventually that, like the percent damage on the Sunray could be frustrating and maybe like ultra late game impetus if the Enchantress has some items, but really this looks like a very good a very good Timber game where you're already saying like probably Clockwork wanted to lane with the Wind Ranger and the SB getting played from Baboka, and you can now kind of leave the Timber, go back, make some stacks and really help enable him to have a good game. And again, there's a lot of flex. Maybe you can't actually put it mid because we have actually seen like DK do really well versus the Timber. With that being said, I haven't seen them match up like within the last month. If anything has changed, especially with him not being universal anymore, but seems like overall you'd be pretty happy with to put it off lane.
Yeah, but then the DK can just go 1, right? And Cloud9 are the ones that get to make that decision. So I agree, it is a very good Timber game. It's just a question of, well, they don't have an egg hitter right now as well. That's also a big concern for mine. They need a way to be able to deal with that somewhat. Are they going to get a Lina for themselves? Mid Snapfire kind of garb. Mirana, we've seen people try and make that work, but how effective is that actually going to be against these really tanky heroes like the Centaur and the DK?
I was going to say, my issue with going for an egg hitter last, though, is like, again, where is their playmaking? Like, maybe the Clockwork and Timber can play together, but it might just be a similar issue to what we saw previously. So, I mean, I very much agree that you're lacking ways to deal with the egg, but then they could just go back into the same fault that we saw in the last game.
I would have liked the Mirana. I feel like you can playmake somewhat with it, right? You get Arrow set up with the Disruption, you've got Cogs plus Arrow, you've got a high amount of burst damage, you've got an egg hitter, so it's a very good ban coming through from C9. And again, like, you are lacking heavily in stuns, right? Like, you might be able to hook in onto the Phoenix and you might be able to like Timber Chain, get a bunch of burst damage, but you're probably not going to kill the Phoenix. Like, Egg's going to come out, Sunray's going to come out. Like, right now they need a way to actually stun the Phoenix in position and kill it, because it is going to cause way too much havoc if you don't.
Like, I'm trying to think of heroes that Nothing to Say can play, because like he's been playing a lot of Puck and a lot of Ember in pubs, but into DK, you really, I mean, they're good matchups for the Dragon Knight. I'm trying to see some other options for him to run. Your Primal Beast is currently banned. I mean, he's got a very large hero pool, but the DK can kind of make it a little bit more tricky on what heroes you want to play mid.
Can you go Ursa 1 against the DK and Centaur, and it's a bit of an egg hitter, and run the Wind Ranger mid?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Okay, they're Puck. I really didn't mind your option, to be honest. Your choice.
Would have been that, or like Alchemist would have been my choices. Maybe even a Lifestealer, but no one's really picking Lifestealer.
I don't know if they can Ursa as well on Cloud9. see what the decision.
I feel like you just put DK1 and then you can like Ember here, and I think it's fine.
You
More
want
stuff to find the backline. Sure.
Okay.
Feels pretty good in my eyes for C9 in this game. Oh, Watson TA too.
Yeah. You say that a lot about a lot of his heroes, honestly. He's very diverse hero pool.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 will win this one.
Okay. So there's the slight changes that we see out of G2IG. You're not going to give them an advantage here with the draft. You feel like Cloud9 still have got it?
I don't see the damage coming from the Shadow Demon and the Clockwork. I think this game is going to be so heavily on the backs of JT and Nothing to Say. I don't necessarily know if there's going to be too much different happening in the safe lane in particular. Like Monet is probably going to get bullied pretty heavily. Xnova not going to be able to stop too much of that. It's actually Xnova playing the Shadow Demon, huh? Don't know how I feel about that. You know, I was totally on board with everything that you were saying about Bobica playing the Shadow Demon, have him be making a bunch of stacks for JT to be able to pick up his farm. You could even say the same sort of thing for Nothing to Say as well. And, you know, having Bobica there as like a shield for Monet would have been really nice, but I don't know. It just feels a little odd to me. Xnova is a Shadow Demon player, and he's a very good Shadow Demon player, but I'm not sure if this is the game for it.
I think a concern for me that I see is how G2IG are going to be able to deal with the eventual two supports playing mid with the Dragonite. Again, we've seen this in the past that the puck into the DK matchup can be very frustrating, not only because you have a point target stun, but also just like Puck doesn't really have the ability early game to be able to shove the wave out and pressure the Dragonite with his little kind of chip damage where DK can sustain through that. So Tower's going to be very vulnerable. You've got an Enchantress that can rotate. The Phoenix can be there. And Shadow Demon Clockwork from the boys on G2IG, like it feels like that can be very difficult. So the map's going to be very open. Then that can help a TA get Roshan. And then we see once you've got an open map with traps everywhere, it can be a little bit more frustrating. So I do also favor the Cloud9 draft slightly, but I think I prefer the G2IG draft more than what they had at least in last game. But I still like Cloud9's draft.
We also get the curveball coming from the puck as well, so get to see a few little cheeky ones coming through from Nothing to Say as we're getting one at the moment as he's walking towards the rune.
It's just funny to watch him, like, it seemed like he was trying it, honestly, I don't know, maybe not. I mean,
no.
He's played
Give him more credit than that, come on.
Yeah, sorry, he's played a lot of puck in pubs so far.
Are they going to be able to get up onto the high ground before the smoke breaks? They will. So right now, a slight advantage to G2IG with some of their movement. Fishman with those overprotective wisps as well. Be in a great position to be able to stop any sort of gank.
I know the green dragon has been nerfed a lot recently. Is this... Are we now seeing the mid lane DKs go for the fire dragon instead?
A little bit. I mean, I think this is just another one of those games where if they wanted, kind of like last game, hold on, Watson, you're going a little bit deep there, especially considering that they're all hanging around there with that observer ward. Like, what are they going to do if you go later is my concern, right? Late game Phoenix, insane. Late game DK, insane. Late game TA, insane. Like, it's very concerning. Even Fishman's going to turn into a carry eventually, and you kind of want that, especially going up against JT if it gets to the later stages, right? All that pure damage is going to do a ton. And they
do you feel like you could say the same?
Sorry, they picked the Wind Ranger into the enchant as well. Like, that's another concern for mine. So, like, he's going to just offensively dispel you quite a lot. And even if it gets to the later stages with JT going into, like, let's say an Ags, you can dispel that reactive armor just with your enchant.
Watching the shenanigans that was occurring down bottom, honestly, Radiant did a pretty good job to body block just as much, especially when they had the cogs advantage as well, but Watson tried to drag the wave out. Nonetheless, it will shove into G2IG's favor, and they got a courier snipe as well.
Sure did. I think we were talking about it, right, in the aftermath of Game 1. Champion, a team of champions is G2IG, and I feel like they're going to need to channel that if they're going to come out with a win here. Like, if Nothing to Say can somehow even break even with no one, that's going to be a huge tick for them. If Monet and Xnova are able to keep some of the pressure away, maybe get a couple of kills here and there onto Kataomi, punish him if he misjudges his Icarus dive capabilities, that's going to be a big plus as well. So it just comes down to, are they going to be able to outplay Cloud9? Because I think Cloud9 have outdrafted them quite heavily.
Definitely not the position you want to put yourselves in. See what G2IG are able to do. So far, a very good start in all 3 lanes. So the Boker is being a bit of a nuisance with the Cogs and Watsons over on the other side, so not able to do that much to the clockwork. But yeah, a really good start for Cloud9. Nothing to Say is getting pressured heavily onto the tier 1 tower.
Don't worry, he's got the curveball. Everything is okay as long as you got the curveball. They've just gone back to the well with a lot of the similar sorts of things, right? Timbersaw happening again, Wind Ranger happening again, and it didn't exactly give them the greatest amount of success in that game. Right? At least this time around, they've got a puck to like guarantee that you're going to get some Timbersaw. You're going to guarantee that Clockwork Battery Assault isn't going to get.
Terus mereka nggak ada yang
Man, Nothing to Say.
Mereka nggak ada yang
I don't know. Maybe we didn't say it enough as well. If we go back to like old No One days, his Conquer and DK were his best heroes. I mean, sure, you pick up the Storm. Hang on a second, No One. Okay, Fairy Fire is going to be there, but still the damage almost enough. I mean, No One's got a very diverse hero pool. You can think of his Puck, his Storm, his Ember, but then also those days when he was playing like the Conquer and going like, he was really the Radiance DK builder for a while. This is without a doubt one of his better heroes, and he's bodying mid lane, and this is to be expected as well. Again, the stun onto the orb. See how much pressure it's putting, and now it's like, where does he go?
Okay, maybe he does need to test the curveball a little bit. Oh, back to the lane. Nope. But I mean, kind of like what we were saying about Watson earlier. I feel like you could do a similar sort of thing with No One, right? Like, I would say his Puck and his Storm Spirit are very signature for him as well. His Death Prophet as well is very signature. Like, so many things that this man is able to do. It's a reason why he was at the top of his game for quite a long time. And there are very few people his age that are still like known as some of the best mid laners in the world.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't think it gets spoken about enough at how he was able to move over to the position 1. When I was watching his games on OG, I was very impressed with his performances. I felt like he was not potentially the issue with what was going on there. So always excited to see it. Always great to see No One still back in and having some great success on a really young, a roster with some new talent as well. And Watson showcasing 26-5, bottom, 15-0 here for JT. And again, like we were saying, like you don't have the Shadow Demon now to make stacks here for the Timber to maybe get ahead.
OG just catching strays. Who was the problem on OG?
I don't know, but I'm just saying I think he looked very good on a role that wasn't his. I know the ins and outs of that team. I just can't reveal who the president was.
Absolutely. You've got the DMs.
Yes, I do. Top lane, first rotation, we're going to see the Enchantress start to come through the portal. And they've got a wave that's already prepped to dive. Xnova's also used the banishment, so they're not going to have this defensively for Monet. The Boca will try and TP in and now offer some assistance. Now Katsumi stuck inside the tower range. Monet's going to be able to find the finishing blow with the power shot. Should also live to tell the tale unless Fishman finds with the blood grenade, and that will be the case.
What the fuck?
Getting that little turnaround. Yeah, it sucks giving up the first blood. They thought they might even give it away through to Xnova. He had 3 stacks of the Shadow Poison, but giving that first blood over to Monet is going to help him out a ton, but still see the current state of the game. Even with that going their way, it's a 2k net worth lead, 6 minutes in. Pretty much every lane is going well for C9 right now. Not just in net worth, in levels too.
So they might be in some... They jump away. Now, unfortunately for Boca, he's going to run into them, so... Kill and Elder Dragon form is used. They'll maybe try and chain this into a tower. They've got the catapult wave still.
Unlucky.
Oh, okay, well.
Oh,
wonderful.
God.
Illusion 2.
It's actually GG.
Got the illusion. I think the biggest
Honestly,
thing
what a
was,
draft, bro. What the fuck?
It was on the top side, right? Nothing to say. Was fully prepped to be able to go down bottom, to be able to make it happen, and yeah, just didn't work on out. This TA is... It's a pretty godly TA game. Like, going up against a Timbersaw, going up against a Puck, it feels amazing.
Parah jing itu geraknya, jelek banget
Without
jing.
having the
2-0
neutral
jing ini.
creep from Fishman, they won't have something else to be able to take the tower, so he's glyphed down, but that's going to be able to stall out
Gila,
the
jing,
first
jing.
order dragon form. It'll push the supports back to the side lanes.
They will, but I mean, it just takes them. In the time that they're moving supports to the side lanes, you needed to move cores on G2IG, and you know, in that time, you solo have nearly taken the bottom tier 1 tower. It's less than half HP right now. And Fishman just again being so aggressive, placing wards behind the tower, understanding how deep you could potentially look to
WR-nya
dive.
skill 3 ditahan sama Enchant kan.
So frustrating to have to play against, but he's gone the double braces once more. So you just need to commit so much to take care of this Enchantress, and it's really not worth it at this stage. But you have to. that's the frustrating thing. You don't want to, but you have to.
Ini ngentot. Easy money nggak sih ini?
This time, Fishman's going to show with the creep. And they will push Nothing to Say away, so no glyph. And shortly, a tower that's not going to be in a position where they can defend it. Another creep wave's going to come out. Damage has been done.
He's needing to be very, very
Oh, they're going to stampede for him.
Well,
Cheeky is what he's been, but it's not going to will it? I mean, he's playing on a knife's edge. Nothing to Say might tick out of the Bulgarian. 5 health. It's going to look for the deny fate. Well done. I mean,
they protected their tower too. Like, that's a pretty big move, you know, just to be able to get that rotation away. Oh, Katomi gets the regen rune though, so even though he's sitting pretty low, he's happy to go for this dive onto Bobacut. And he's just going to die slowly. One more Fiery Spirit. Oh, dodges it, I think. He lives. Right. Couple little wins going G2IG's way. That's that individual prowess that we were talking about, but it just delays the inevitable. Tower's still going to go down.
And still the lead over the DK in the park, 14-1500. So
Draftnya kacau sih. Parah jing.
I don't, let's see how the game continues to play, but I really do wonder on what the discussion was and what other heroes they had to pick into the DK.
Gitu di sini.
We were saying before it was coming out, like, yes, he's been playing a lot in pubs, but like, this is not a good matchup versus the Dragon. Not only that, but also the supports that can rotate mid as well. And Fishman's is a 5 stack as well. They can just take this if they want to. I mean, this is looking really scary for G2IG.
Over on his own. Just be as annoying as possible. Might even just use the enchant on one of those illusions created by the disruption. No. Just take another tower, because why not? And again, you're going up against a Wind Ranger and a Timbersaw. Lots of unavoidable damage. Blade Mail feels pretty godly, especially considering like he's maxed out Retaliate on DM. They're not going for kills in that lane, so the fact that they were even able to, you know, have him be assisting in one is a big bonus for the
Should be able to get Katomi mid lane. Second kill, maybe? They're gonna miss some of the damage with the spells being off the mark. Katomi tries to get the dive away, not to the low ground, but do they know he's there? Duke's over to the right side. Katomi tries to dodge the blood grenade. Okay, he will go down. He takes a long time to get the kill in. Is that going to give them an opportunity for anyone else to die? Doesn't look like that will be the case. So finally, they'll get something.
Good God, if he got away from that, I would have absolutely lost it. That is just knowing every little intricate juke point, every facet of the map, all those sorts of things just to be able to get away. And X-Nova ruins the party with a Shadow Poison.
No, we've kind of tried to do our best to go down to bottom whenever we can, but again, we can do it with Watson taking the T1 tower, and he's still 5,800 top net worth. And like you were saying before, it's a classic PA game. And you have all this map, and it is going to continue to go away with ease.
So not only are you very cheeky with those cogs. Not only are you going to be losing towers, not only are you going to be losing Roche, you can just see what he's got queued up, right? Aghanim Shard coming through. Amazing game for the Aghanim Shard. Not only are you resisting a lot of the damage that the Puck and the Timber are able to throw at you, you're also just enabling them to be locked down for so much more with that silence coming through from the Psionic Trap. Means that, you know, eventually, I'm sure they're going to look to synergize it. Well, no one's already got the Blink Dagger, actually.
Gratis juga ini anjing.
You'll have a
gratis bro hari ini bro.
Pretty consistent with this game, I'd say, once you get those few extra items. Just give it maybe 4 more minutes or so.
Are we in desperate times where someone was going to be out? This time it's onto the Enchantress. Stampede to maybe help them close the distance on some of the reinforcements. DK is here. The Fishman is making him work for the kill. One able to jump over the top. Hold down with the clockwork, but both are unable to escape, especially with the Breathe Fire being on the mark, so a 1-for-1.
Took a long time to be able to take him down there. That's his third bracer, and he's got the Seeds of Serenity as well. Wouldn't hate seeing him go like casual raindrops, but he's rushing into solid press. Enable his team, further the Roshan taking potential, more minus armor to enable Watson just to be devastating to have to deal with. And JT, you are dead, man. This is not what I was expecting coming into this this series. I was expecting a lot more close than fought, maybe a 1-1, probably slightly favoring Entity because Cloud9 because of their recent game history, but maybe that recent series online did affect them in a big way. Like you can't lose 4v5 and not feel some kind of tilt from that.
I have to imagine they probably learned a lot from that as well. I mean, they're going to go again at the Enchantress. They are a little bit closer, but this time the needs can be here with the damage that was maybe lacking for them to blow them up, and then stop the reinforcements providing a rebuttal. Let's see if they can re-control their triangle, though. Potentially a bit too late.
I mean, that was coil and focus fire for a position 5, though, with 4 heroes rotating. Bobika wasn't involved just because he wasn't there and he doesn't have the rocket flare skilled up yet. Like, you're giving up a lot just to get a position 5 who's already pretty tanky. So, I don't know. I hope for their sake that it's going to be able to... they're going to be able to turn the tide shortly, because right now they're just getting outscaled, they're getting out-leveled. You're starting to hit into some of these bigger timings as well. DM's starting to build towards the pipe, and once again, it does feel like they've once again drafted a very single damage type heavy draft. Like, it is very magic heavy on G2IG's side.
Good job. I'm really just waiting to see. It's probably when Roche moves to top is when they look to take it for Cloud9. I mean, it is not that desolated build for Watson, but nonetheless, he's been really happy with what he's been able to get out of the map. Like, they are already starting to occupy right next to the T2 tower, and we see again, this is without the Aegis Vantage. Maybe they're actually going to try and make the attempt on someone A. Potentially happy with forcing out some reactions, which they will get. Fishman's going to be locked inside the cogs. Monet will try and do his best to turn here with the focus fire, but the damage is still lacking until JT gets involved. Coil will snap instantly. Cat's Omi always has a threat of the supernova, and they will not continue to go for more from G2IG. So the tower kind of protected again. I don't think they were really trying to force it there from Cloud9. Getting some reactions out, it will be the Enchantress that goes down, but they had to bring everyone.
They had to bring everyone, and again, it's just an Enchantress. Like, that's the thing. You still used Focus Fire, you still used Dream Coil. I suppose they've got the attitude that, look, we're probably not able to kill anything else anyway, so we may as well get the kill while we can. We may as well protect our tier 2 tower and not just sit back and do nothing. But all that time, Watson was just inside of his ancient camps farming. Like, he's got the Aghanim Shard now, right at the 15-minute mark, and he's halfway towards the Desolator already.
Well done. Instant D-ward. And I was honestly about to mention that word, saying like maybe this could be an important one for G2IG, because we know there's probably a fight to break out around top with Roshan being there now, and then wanting to clump up and take the T2 tower, but that vision is gone. Watson is a little bit isolated. They are starting to ping him. Hookshot's going to be online. Refraction back up in a couple of seconds, but he's already got the blink away, so Watson's finding out with the counter. No one Tries to get the jump over the top tier, and without the blink dagger though means there will be no more follow-up. And this is very deep. Previously they've only been getting kills on supports. This time it's on a juicy one. Let's see what the Timber Sword's able to do. These strength heroes, they can go down incredibly fast. And now Watson steps up. Watson!
What is he doing?
They're already dead. There was nothing to be had there. Watson. And honestly, 3 heroes at Cloud9 give a big opportunity. Now Fishman as well. He gives another opportunity. So, I mean, you had a 6,000 net worth lead, and now that's going to be cut down to potentially 2,000. Cloud9 giving them science of life here for G2IG, when if they played this flawlessly, this could have been potentially 25, maybe 30-minute GG, but, I mean, this is now a 2,000 deficit.
Fishman's I understand at the very end there. Like, he was just trying to get something out of that engagement, and he nearly took out the tier 2 tower on his own. So
JT bottom, Supernova. Oh my god, Kataomi. Solo kill.
What the
Solo
fuck?
kill, and you speak the man, and he appears. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, if they were fighting with Kataomi, by all means, go for that deep dive, right? Like, he had the Sunray maxed out. He had the Supernova available for himself and his team. But they just didn't. They had very little team fight. They were relying on big net worth get killed. And, you know, there is some stage where that's going to work, but not if you're going up against a Timber Sword that's actually able to dish out a pretty decent amount of damage.
See if they can buy back as there's some big items being picked up. Yours on Kataomi, 11.5. And importantly, the Orchid on no one though. So against the Puck, of course, but you know, with the Wind Ranger as well. Timber, no dispels at the moment.
Watson's not there, so they're going to go for the dive.
Look at the silence before the dive away. Not going to be able to do so. JT with an aggressive charge into the middle. Cole is pretty decent as well into multiple members. Can Nate start to get the AoE damage? It's going to be pushing up the blade mail. Forced to disengage. Now with the Stampede, gives some time, especially for Watson to close the distance as well, as the main damage source shows up, gets the kill onto the Timber. Looks like with the rest of G2IG will have to get away, so just a little bit short on potentially getting that extra control, getting rid of Kataomi to start the fight, and maybe it looks a little bit different.
Maybe it does, and I really feel like the only thing stopping them from going down and getting towers now is just waiting for Watson to get that Desolator, right? It takes a little bit too long for them to be able to secure a bunch of these towers without that. Actually looking to move on forward to potentially try and pick him off, but a well-placed trap is going to scout out Monet for now. Looks like they should... I was about to say they should be able to get this tier 2 top, but they've got the glyph, and it will be refreshed if they're looking to try and quit onto this. So yeah, just look to quickly take out the creep wave, keep it up for as long as possible, but again, just delaying the inevitable, it seems.
Nice one.
What was the win probability? Shit, it's happened. Only 65%. I'm surprised. I would have had it at least 80.
Wah, gue deg-degan gini, gila lu bro.
Ain't nothing to say. He's getting away, but no one hop pursuit.
Good positioning by
Boca. Yeah, he's going to be forced to try and jump in with a hook shot to protect him. Meanwhile, Watson on the other angle. Look at the silence and the damage. Watson maybe actually stepped a little bit too far forward. Monet gets rid of the refraction straight away. Now he's gone. Supernova's in a great spot. I mean, X-Nova can't enter, and meanwhile, you are just stuck inside the river for Monet. So Monet will go down. It's a 1 for 2, and Kataomi trying to catch up to X-Nova, but he's going to go to the north instead of towards the eastern side of the map.
You just see the difference, even just with Kataomi being there, right? Like, you've got the Blinding Sun, really effective against the Wind Ranger with all those right clicks coming out from her consistently, and they know that this is the time to be able to be trying to take these fights prior to that BKB being available, because she just feels so relatively weak going up against Fishman, who's got the enchant, with the Blinding Sun available, with, you know, yourself still being able to be stunned, slowed down, whatever it might be. It just feels so squishy. So not only are they not getting a very favorable trade, you're still dying and giving up a bunch of that unreliable gold.
Are we seeing any signs of life though for G2IG in regard to like maybe something in these fights that they could look to, you know, further use to their advantage? I mean, it's a 6,000 deficit, but we have seen they've been able to get some kills and some important ones as well.
It's hard to say, honestly. Like, you've got now a Guardian Greaves on JT, so not exactly what you want to see a Timbersaw buying a lot of the time, but With that being said, it's kind of necessary considering you're going up against the silence from the TA. You don't want to get caught out by that. So at least he's going to be a little bit more active in a bunch of these team fights. I think I still need to see them playing a lot more around, you know, hook shot into Blink Timbersaw combination onto Kataomi, for example, before he's able to do anything in a lot of these engagements. If they can accomplish that, you might say that they're back in this game somewhat, because it might mean that Kataomi needs to itemize even more defensively than he has right now.
And speaking about the defensive itemization, I mean, it's a very long build-up for nothing to say with the Lincolns instead of something like a USF. So he's going to have a difficult time still with showing up to fights, and we already see that Cloud9 are feeling strong enough to be able to force down this Roshan. There will be no fight to be had. G2IG looks like they're just going to keep this one up.
Just dies way too quickly. No real point in testing it. No one's taking damage. Well, Fishman being the one to tank it up with that untouchable. So now Watson can actually look to play that bit more aggressively. He's got the second life to be able to do so. He's got the Desolator building into the MKB as well. So just another way to be able to deal with that Wind Ranger. They've already got so many different ones, and it's just going to improve from here on out.
Terus kenapa gitu? Masa di sini ada enchant gitu, lu bikin Aghanim pun ditimber.
Berka using his full health pool.
Di enchant
one on Ancients.
Hilang.
You gotta get some farm.
It's in a sad state, Clockwork, right now. You know, I think the cogs need to be overpowered for it to be pickable, because you don't do much beyond like the laning stage in early mid game.
Alright, everyone was there for it.
Smoke gak sih? Oh, tunggu dia habis smoke kayaknya.
See if they're able to avoid this upcoming fight. 5,000 lead for Cloud9 with the Aegis.
Doesn't seem like they're ready to go just yet, though.
Like,
what's the reason that you would want to go just yet, right? You've got 4 minutes left on the Aegis. You've got 400 gold left until BKB on no one. Probably not going to get a Crimson Guard anytime soon on DM, but
Santa.
Even just the BKB feels so free to take a lot of these fights. Because you're not worried at all about anyone but the Wind Ranger. And even then, like, are you really that worried about the Wind Ranger?
Kayak ngangkat
They should be. Nate is second in net worth, but maybe not at that stage where they need to be worried. They will smoke from Cloud9. DM's going to reveal himself inside the lane.
This wards placed down low by G2IG. They've got good vision in top jungle, bottom jungle, lanes in a decent spot as well outside of that mid one.
Di sini Ike-nya nggak ada yang bisa gemuk nih. Soal dia Ike nggak ada yang bisa gemuk.
They really want to play around that.
My favor them. I'm just going to pot DM. Doesn't get the initiation. Look at the damage coming through from the Timber. DM almost going to be brought down, but he's okay. Now Baboka stuck inside the middle. Nothing to say, in some danger, but the Wolf Stomp's going to land. They should be able to deal with the puck. It's a beautiful location of the Supernova. They cannot address it. All they can do is just split away. JT to the west, but they can hunt him down. There's going to be no escape for the Timbersaw. Watson and Cohen hot pursuit. Meanwhile, no one. He also was able to catch up to X-Nova. JT actually will be able to get some further distance away. Maybe they're just going to leave him. Feels like it will take a little bit too long. So he will escape, but again, no one. He was able to catch up to the secondary support. And back to mid they go. But yeah, I mean, we saw it was an okay start. They almost dealt with the Centaur, but he got everything off. And the egg was really perfect on the high ground for Kataomi.
That's the key thing, right? Like, he was able to pop everything, right? Blade Mail used, Pipe used, means that you can't really commit super heavily on Monet for that team fight. It just feels so awkward, right? That they need to use everything onto him. He's not the one that you want to start on. You want to start on Kataomi for this fight, because you saw how impactful he was.
No one who doesn't really have anyone nearby. We look for the BKB TP out, and we no way to address this, so no one's going to be okay.
That's not really to get away as well. No tier 2 tower mid, no tier 2 tower top. Don't really need to venture down towards the bottom side of the map just yet, as actually looking to go for a bit of a solo kill here is Kataomi onto Korbobuka as he flaps away. Getaway.
Portal 2 wants to help the boys out.
No one doesn't have BKB, remember. Oh, and he just got clipped with the Shadow Poison, so no Blink Dagger. Able to join the rest as DM. They want something, and they'll take it, even though it's just X-Nova. Worth it at this point if it's going to open up that bottom side of the map, take all outer towers, and maybe they could wait for the next Roche, maybe they wait for the Tormentor, maybe they wait for even just the Wisdom Rune. But they are still very firmly in the driver's seat.
I doubt they are. High gun's gonna be the call. So Cloud9, not much to stop them. Half duration of the other Dragon form. With the Dark Troll Summoners as well to work with. This tower's gonna fall fast.
I was about to say they found nothing to say. He's hanging around on the left-hand side. So they know there's no puck. JT is going to walk underneath a ward as well, so they know he's inside the jungle. No Timber Saw, and that's where
they're going to go.
Part of the burst damage is coming from.
Aegis is almost out for 20 seconds. They want to try and deal with the Dragon Knight instead, but look at the Sunray bonus health, and now with the egg placed on the low ground, they got to get out. So this will at least give them time to reset. Again, Aegis out in 10 seconds, so Watson will get some regen up, and maybe they want to feel like there's an angle to go back in, or maybe with Supernova to just disconnect and play them out.
It was a really nice Icarus dive as well. Katomi fed a greater healing Lotus through to the people that were in danger on top of the Sunray as well. So very, very dangerous to have to go up against that. I'm sure he's even telling no one, hey, some of those Lotuses. Really effective for me, as I believe he's almost finished up that Scythe of Vice. Yeah, right now he's got enough to be able to get it just 27.5 minutes in.
God damn. He's so farmed. He's so farmed, dude. What? 400, if that, net worth deficit between him and the puck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people just forgot about this puck hero, apparently.
I don't know. Oh, it's actually going to jump over the top. Wanting to try and deal with the valuable Shadow Demon support, but meanwhile they've left the clockwork, so they'll go back and finish him. The blinks have already been used, unfortunately.
Might even be getting to the point where you just buy a gem on Cloud9, right? Like, just don't give them any vision outside of the base, because if you can't jump the back line, what are you supposed to do on G2IG? Like, you really never need to put yourself in a position to get gone on. If you're Phoenix, for example. I think Katomi is still like the staple part of their entire
team
fight.
Oh. Okay. On cue when you said that, the championship again, so Fishman just got that picked up. I don't know who has it playing. Continuing to go. 12,000 net worth lead, 28 minutes in. They are kind of moving down bottom to deal with Katomi, who's a lot of net worth. Would be a big kill if they're going to be able to find him. They should be able to do so. Stampede.
Gotta do something. They've been fighting really well, maybe just using the fear factor, I guess, to force them to want to back off and not commit forward for the kill, but that is their first tower that they've been able to get the entire game, Lockie, and it's one that does open up the map a fair amount, right? They're going to need to protect this vision, though, because, like we were saying, gem freshly purchased by C9 means that they're just going to be able to sweep across the map together. No one going to be the one holding it. He is by far the tankiest on the lineup. Where is their vision right now? It's really just that one, huh?
There's not much. Yeah. What do we need to continue to see a little bit differently for G2IG in these upcoming fights? It's 9,000 deficit. What has to change, though?
I'm thinking. Trust me when I tell you I'm thinking hard about what needs to change, because not much is changing for SD, not much is changing for the Clockwork. I guess you do have the Aghanim Shard now on X-Nova, so that's a nice little bit of protection against the silence coming from the TA especially. So I'm sure he's looking to try and use that onto Nothing to Say as much as possible, but it's still such a rough game to have to try and come back from. Like, where is the damage going to come? It honestly has to be Monet, right? He's so close to his level 20. You would love to have that prior to this. They know that this smoke is going on, though, with the trap underneath the regen rune. But with that Daedalus and, you know, Enchanted Quiver, Glipnir, it's a lot of damage coming out.
So, but knowing the smoke's going on, will not connect, so Unfortunately, Roche 35 seconds. They might be able to get some vision set up around the area though.
Sunway, smoke dong.
A nice little start, there's nothing to say. Very ballsy, I suppose, just seeing the Tormentor being taken, realizes that they're not really going to be up on this top side of the map, just wants to fix the lane somewhat, make the eventual Roshan a little bit less obvious, and TP is actually coming back from X-Nova here, maybe just wanting to help the boys out as they go for their own Tormentor, but is this going to put them out of position when Roshan does eventually spawn? It's only 5 seconds away. Kind of feels like they're not accomplishing much, you know? They're just backed off for no real reason, given up their positional advantage.
That'll come out there. On Radiant? Yeah, so.
Because he didn't check that high ground, so you've got a bit of vision over Fishman, although
I scan.
Denied it.
Scans on the mark, so they know they're outside the base. But like you said, without that observer ward on the high ground, you're going to kind of have to play to the right side where Watson is set up with some traps. They're going to scout him out. The blink away, and of course they have the UAV now with the clockwork online as well. They are under the cover of the smoke still for a little bit of time. In fact, the smoke reapplied once again.
Just give him all the vision possible. DM really dangling himself out there, realizing how beefy he is at this stage of the game.
He didn't get the jump over. Oh, JT didn't latch onto the trait. Now they need to just blindly jump in to protect him. Except it doesn't even buy him enough time. They want to try and turn to do with the super. It's not in the greatest spot to protect it. And number 8, he's just going to charge into the middle as well, but he's got to respect the damage from Watson with the MKB. He's almost gone in a couple of seconds. Banishment will not save him. Watson stands his ground. Turns to nothing to say. Watson, there's so much raw damage up. It will finally go down. But now with JT off the back of the buyback, he should be able to get some revenge. Stampede is actually still available for them to work with, and no one will scurry away. So that's 3 heroes that go down. A buyback used from JT as well.
That would have been a disaster if X-Nova wasn't able to clean up Watson at the very end there. Big amount of gold going the way of the Shadow Demon. So, I mean, it still isn't the cleanest, of course. Like, you lose 4 heroes, you lose a buyback on your Timbersaw, it's still on the bottom side of the map, Roshan, so you should be able to claim it in about a minute's time when Watson's up. Long death timer, by the way.
Itu karena mereka ngehit karena itu di situ aja guys.
He's just that damn farmed, but I'm just trying to envisage like the stage of the game that it needs to get to for X-Nova to really feel hugely impactful, you know? It feels like a lot of what he's doing is respond to the single target lockdown that they've got and then try and use the disseminate onto Timbersaw's target and just have a huge amount of AoE damage, break that pipe instantly so that you do at least get some of that damage coming back the other way with the Maelstrom on the puck, with the Focus Fire Glipnir on the Wind Ranger.
Only back live through the portal into the waiting hands of G2IG, which maybe gives them a bit of an opportunity. This is 50 seconds without the Phoenix, and Roche is still down bottom for 45 seconds.
That is a very odd positioning coming through from them. I mean, no one had revealed on the map for quite some time, and knew that Roshan was pretty much guaranteed to be on the bottom side of the map at that stage, and just walking down there solo felt like a bit of an odd choice. They looked to maybe peek their heads in and see what's going on, but they take it pretty quickly themselves with Monet now having a pretty decent amount of farm himself.
Roche's banner onto JT. Age is going to be given over to Monet. Looks like he has to go the satanic route, especially with all the damage that we're seeing come back from the Retaliate.
Nothing to say is able to get into that Aghanim Scepter, then it's pretty good with all of that damage coming out from the Enchanted Quiver, from the Witchblade, from the Maelstrom. At that point, he's only 1,000 gold away, and maybe this Aegis is going to be enough to be able to stall out. He even gets a free Aghanim shard as well.
Still feels like he needs more though, right? Like we've seen really ultra late game has been the Daedalus is even something that we've seen very often for the pucks, and see Charisma, we haven't seen that in such a long time, so it still needs a lot of items, but I think really the main thing you were saying, right, is the fact that this Aegis is just time for them.
Yeah, it still needs to be very careful on top of everything, right? Because you're still going up against a TA who's got an insane amount of burst damage and the Aghanim shot. You walk one step in the wrong place, you're dead. He's got nothing to be able to save himself. all like
Onto mid lane, onto JT, but X-Nova's going to be there. So the banishment to try and protect him. Silence going to be worn off. The counter's still going to be there. DM finds the opening. Hex is also onto the Wind Ranger. They just lose the agents without a response. They need the puck to hold them into place, but a defensive Supernova kind of counters the coil. Ultimate's expended between either side, but still, you're pretty happy with that for Cloud9. You get the Ages, now you do not have this slight advantage potentially for G2IG, and we see, still, this has to be picture perfect for them inside the team fights.
It's a lot of damage that was output, but not much result, right? Like, very, very quickly able to take out the Wind Ranger, but no BKB was forced by Monet. And, this is the advantage of having a farm position for like the Phoenix that doesn't need a Blink Dagger, just able to dive in with all of that extra vision provided with these TA traps. Comfortably able to do so. Yep.
Oh, look at the burst potential.
Oh, he
X-Nova,
missed
no,
it.
we went to aggressive banishment accidentally. Now, Watson is in, but maybe once it doesn't matter. Look at the raw damage output. Monet tries to get back to the high ground. It's just alive. The MKB from Watson. They will respect them still nonetheless. I mean, you got the kill onto the puck. You're not going to try and dive up on the high ground, but man, we just see Monet cannot run into the middle.
Absolutely not. Like, you just have so much of that turnaround potential. You've got so much of the evasion pierce. You've got blade mails. You've got retaliate coming back the other way. It's pretty devastating, to be honest. Even just going for... Pretty rarely that you don't see Centaurs going the Stampede cooldown at level 20. He is all in on the retaliate, even going for the talent for it. And I mean, imagine if it gets to 25, retaliate aura.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do at that point? They're just sieging from afar, acting as artillery, delaying the game further, and to get into that next item for the puck. He just finished up the Aghanim Scepter at least, so that's a little bit of extra damage output for him, but could be also bad for him if it means that he plays a little bit cockier, because you saw how quickly he was able to get burst down just then, but you kind of need to just bank on your own individual skill and play this glass cannon route.
Very fine. I mean, one team fight is really what we've been waiting for Cloud9, just to completely break open this game, get high ground, and full set of barracks to be their advantage, because they will push incredibly fast with their lineup. And this is a DK build that we see from a lot of the carries at the moment. And the scan probably means he's going to be able to get a kill onto Baboka as well. And she, reaction out of the 4 staff might be in time, and we see them with a TP out on the high ground.
Searching Sunray, not going to claim on into anything. It really does feel like the delay game. For the first time, though, I do see like an avenue for them to be able to get back into this on G2IG, right? Like, if Nothing to Say is able to get into his level 25, then suddenly Dreamcrawl Pierce and Immunity feels really good. If the Wind Ranger is able to have an undispellable Wind Run plus Aghanim Scepter, then you are reducing a lot of that damage that's coming back your way. I feel like Cloud9 aren't going to let that happen, though. I feel like they realize the time is now. They want to close it out before it gets to that dangerous stage.
So if they're able to do so, no one... Middle under the Timber, we see...
Hell yeah, it's going to do the work for him. Yep. Does make life a little easier for everyone, though, not having to worry about towers, just dealing a bunch of free damage in a lot of these fights. But I mean, you even have to look at... Fishman's got a Moon Shard on his Enchantress, so life is not necessarily easy for JT either. This is the point that I was talking about. Late game Enchantress is a menace for this Timber. You can still just enchant off the reactive armor and then go to town with right clicks.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the difference in supports with their scaling, right? Sure, the even late game is definitely not the worst, especially with your items. You know, some save and the aggressive like % damage, especially now with the facet. But you're unable to keep up. You know, the clockwork in particular. Scepter's okay to shove out the lanes and maybe give you information, but it feels like you are just not competing with the Enchantress and the Phoenix. And 19,000 lead, and maybe this will be the fight for them. Smoke on smoke, Nothing to Say once again is going to be caught inside the lane. X-Nova, a little bit too late to get there with the banishment. Now he puts himself in the firing line.
It's a lot of damage.
When he tries to enter the fight, it's a decent amount. They almost get the Phoenix before the egg, but It's just not fast enough. Monade's able to juke down to the south, but unfortunately, DM... Well, he should be able to lock onto JT. Do they want to continue to try and hunt the Timber Sword down, though? JT, another round of the Timber Chain up in a couple of seconds. We'll make it up a little high ground. DM slow in pursuit. Everyone else is starting to funnel towards him, JT. Considering about turning Monade as well, waiting in the trees. How are they going to enter this, though? Monade tries to go for Watson, but Watson... BKB is like, brother, you are not winning this fight. Just run back the other way. Don't even try it. As DM now is like, okay.
Blade Mail.
I mean, you can attempt it. Blade Mail, retaliate, very cool stuff. It's not going to matter in the end. As Watson TPing in the blink. Katsuomi with the north. The pincer is there. Cloud9. It's just incredible stuff from them. A 5-man wipe. You just lose the Enchantress. The team fights look so easy for them.
They do indeed. You might even be able to go into the left talent on DK as well. Never mind, he just wants to live. Totally understandable. I mean, they were going for a pincer move of their own. It's just not because they got caught out about 5 seconds too early. I think that could have been a drastically different one if he just wasn't caught at the very beginning, because Phoenix was in their sights. They would have been able to burst down Kataomi. Yeah, just not quite able to synergize together, and I feel like that's been the case the entire game, right? When was the last time we actually had a legitimate 5-on-5 fight?
I feel like it's been one of the big critiques overall G2IG. And to being able to be on the same page. So the case once again, full set of barracks down bottom, mid, the glyph is only going to slow them down.
Still creep alive there in the base. So backdoor, they have to be concerned about. They're actually got the kills.
Get away. I say try and find an opening. The call does break onto Katsuomi, but they don't have the damage. Without Monet, it's just a full set of barracks, top and mega creeps now online as well.
Megas, they don't have reactive armor for another 40 seconds, so now that you actually do have the Wind Ranger back, you don't feel confident in having anyone going onto the front lines.
That's a bit of fun. Decent shack wanted to. A lot of damage on the Enchantress as well, but Monet is gone. Oh my god, where'd he go?
Nothing to say, he's gone.
Team's going to be able to catch up the puck. They're all dead. And this game is over. It's been over for a long time as well. Cloud9. Like you were saying though, this team played against G2IG in an online tournament leading into the road to International. They were able to get a 2-0 victory. And that is the case once again, and they're looking pretty good.
They are. They're my dark horse for this tournament, right? Like, yeah, you could probably say G2IG doesn't have the greatest form leading into the road to the International, but these guys are always around there. You know, top 6 certainly isn't beyond them by any stretch of the imagination. Anything can happen, though, of course. It is TI, as we see a few of these team fights coming through, and you just have to see the deep on dives that they're trying to get. It just costs so much to try and get absolutely anything in